Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We've got more Valorant action coming here at your ready. My name's Infernosis, joined here alongside my good friend Nick, aka Dallas, as you'll probably hear me call him throughout the show. And we've got ourselves two teams here in a Navigators division. It is the University of Grande facing off against the Nova Nighthawks Violet Squad.
Yeah, absolute units here, at least in the Navigators division. For one side of the coin, you can go ahead and definitely put that emphasis on with the Nova Nighthawks being 7-0 in their division so far, which is just absolutely absurd, just completely disgusting. Grande are going to have a little bit more of a difficult time here in the Academy area, considering that, I mean, they are sitting at 2-4 right now. But overall, I mean, we're expecting to have ourselves at least a game here tonight, at least get some throw-ups, some kind of curveballs being tossed at every here and there. And, I mean, so long as we at least go the distance, we're here for a good game nonetheless.
And if we mispronounce the Rio Grande team, however it is pronounced, please let us know, and we will correct it throughout the broadcast. Don't want to mispronounce anything whatsoever, but we promise we'll get the names right at the very least. They sent us their pronunciations, Dallas, so we should key that in as best we can.
Yeah.
And speaking of those player names, let's go ahead and bring up the rosters themselves. Like you said, though, Rio Grande's sitting in a pretty poor spot, sitting 2-4, and to make matters worse, those 2 wins came out as forfeits, which is an unfortunate way to go about it, but you know, at the very least, they've been registered with a win, and that's something that not every other team has the luxury to say up to this point. First on the chopping block, though, is the Ramsey, followed by Imster. There's Ghoul, Zappy, and Toby Fan all on the roster, and it is a little bit older in reference, not a single freshman for their side, but 3 underclassmen for sophomores and 2 seniors on top.
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit of a younger squad here, and that's typical what we see out of these lower divisions, I mean, or lower conferences, better yet. I mean, these teams, they haven't really developed themselves too much, and even then they got plenty of time to give themselves a little bit of a grinding to go ahead and kind of get themselves more familiar with the game, because even in my 2 years of playing, I think, I mean, I started back in beta at, like, sitting at Iron, and now I'm sitting around, like, high plat to Diamond, so it's a slow progression, even then, definitely ruined probably by the entire infestation that other games are having on me personally. But regardless, so let's go ahead and talk about the other team that's here on the board. The 7-0 squad, the absolute unit that is this team of the Nova Nighthawks sitting at 7-0 so far. When we got the likes of Maddie, Cute Pinky, Slow Motion, Spicy Lemon, and K. Absolute unit of a squad. I'm just excited to see what exactly they've done to every single team to get to this kind of point.
Well, they've done a lot. They're, same state kind of as Grande happens to be, as they're sitting with 2 forfeit wins, as I believe the ESU Warriors and Kettering Academy dropped early in the season. I believe around week 2, because that was the first registered forfeit win I'm seeing from them currently. But Kettering, for the Nova side, they were supposed to face in week 9, and they were already given that forfeit victory off the bat. So theoretically, we could consider them still to be sitting 6-0. That's why they have one more game registered over Grande, who did actually face in week 3 and week 5 those 2 teams. The issue is the fact that despite facing teams, they haven't even managed to find themselves a map win. And maybe this is the time to do it. This would be the team to prove it, at the very least, Dallas, is you're sitting against a 7-0 roster who has only given up a single map so far here in this season to the Southwestern Michigan side. And even on the maps they won, they did it dominantly. You've got to question Grande. They may not take the victory. That may be on their minds, but they want to make a show of it. They want to make it shown that, hey, our victories aren't only, by forfeits. We can put up with the best of the best. Maybe this, Mid-East Navigators division is just a ridiculously tough division.
And even then, in the meantime, you got to look. One thing is you always like to talk about is just kind of the seniority of these squads. And, the majority of them, if not all of them, are freshmen, basically. Yeah. So, this is a very, very young squad that can really get things going if they do go ahead and kind of keep that cohesion together for the rest of these seasons going forward in the next couple of years. And they could really have themselves an absolute force to be reckoned with. But speaking of the maps, that's where we're going to be taking things. And obviously, we have to have that pick ban system in place. We're going to be starting things off with Split. Moving on to Fracture, thankfully guaranteed in our series, and then Pearl being the decider here for tonight. So a little bit interesting, kind of maps we don't see very often, but thankfully it actually slipped through today.
Yeah, I'm honestly impressed that Pearl was the last one to go on the board. Fracture has been played a little bit more often between us, Dallas, as we've seen here in the NECC, but with Haven and Icebox being the first 2 banned, that's the somewhat shocking result to me, that Lotus not only made it to the final stage, but was the final selection alongside Pearl. Talk about picking, I guess, the better end of a worse situation for teams that maybe don't know either of those maps. But it's very impressive to see that Lotus made it that far, because the only time you and I have seen Lotus yet here in the NECC, Dallas, I think it was a 13-0 victory in favor of the team that won it. It was not the best of maps. And I'll also point out they were not the team that picked that map on top of it. So we've had an interesting season so far. Yeah. Either way, Split is first on the chopping block. What do you think our agent selection is going to look like as teams start to pick in and decide what they're doing?
Just your tried and true, man. I think for the most part, you got to look at the initiating power and what you're going to be seeing there. Sometimes we do see the KO, sometimes we see that Sky, and we already see somewhat of an option there. But I want to see what we doubled down on. I always like to see what these flexes are, what these teams like to kind of opt for in terms of the play style. Do you like to control the map and go for that double controller and really just cut off these sight lines like nobody's business? Do you like to play aggressive and be a little more flexible with those initiators and go for the comfort picks there? Or do you like to go ahead and just hold things down? So we want to have one of the best defenses / post plants ever, because we have all the confidence in our duelists on the attacking side. But you can already tell for Nova, they have themselves a double initiator. And then on the flip side for Grande, it looks like they have themselves a little bit of a more differential. I want to say possibly, I think I was looking at that double sentinel, but we'll see it unfold here.
I like that there is a stage also in play for a map like Split. We love to highlight the fact that it used to be an old map in the competitive pool, got taken out for a while, and then got brought back in at the cost alongside removing Breeze and Bind, which, RIP. I know you're a big Breeze fanboy. I was a big Bind fanboy. It is still a good map. There's the question of how long have these players been playing? Did they have to deal with the map back in that competitive stage? And do they happen to still have those strats readily available in their back pocket? Seeing Sage on the board immediately screams to me, hey, there's a good standing and there's a pretty darn good chance they know what to do inside mid to lock down that central alley, because a map like Split, if you control mid, you control your fate as an attacking team. You can push A quick, you can push B quick, and you'll always have the high ground. Except maybe pushing up the ropes. But once you're there, you've got the high ground. And if you're a Star Wars fan, you know just how important that high ground can truly be. But look what they're going to do here for the first attacking round. Rio's going to immediately pressure in through A main and try to quickly capitalize on side as fast as they can, realizing that with the weapons in hand, there's not really much to toy around with.
Yeah, I mean, just got to look at what exactly is going on here, considering the A push doesn't really happen very often for these first rounds. You're trying to catch this team off guard. You're trying to look for some kind of opening gap there. But honestly, it's not really allowed too much. Already 3 players immediately on the side, ready to just answer things on the side of Nova. So a pretty good hold thus far, and an actual stall coming through from the side of Rio because they just can't really push up that ramp.
Nova starting off the round saying, hey, we'll hold inside mid like we were mentioning just prior. That is the most important area to lock down defensively. That allows for them to retreat those players over to an opposing site, A being the more likely objective to be pushed in a pistol round. They easily lock down all 5, needing only 3 players to do so, just pressuring them in a way that it makes them uncomfortable inside of main. Maddie cutting off Imster, who tried to make their great escape towards the site and maybe retreat back a little bit further to join the rest of the team, denied in doing so. And once again, we're seeing Rio, Dallas, where they start to move something, but they second guess and they take a couple more steps back. It's a very slow pistol round for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's how we like to see pistol rounds, though. I mean, all things considered, you're looking for these kind of off angles to be finding. Problem is, as attackers, though, you got to look for opposition in numbers. You have to look for overwhelming presence in that alone, because, I mean, what can you do else? You can't really push on the site. You can't really go for these upfront fights. You can't really push around an angle because, well, guess what? They're going to be holding every single one of them. So you have to make sure to kind of have these lineups, and there it is. Maddie has more than that. Looking for a couple more shots there from heaven. Can't really find the kill necessarily, but Ramsey is on site, just following things through, looking for some exchanges, and with all the blood done, you're thankful that Sky is the one taking a lot of those bullets on this attacking side because they're the ones that can't heal up.
Toby fan sitting down below, lying in wait for the Nova side to inevitably pursue out of tower. You also see 2 players inside security looking to find their space to move forward. A wonderful flick by slow motion Puffer, and they have capitalized on to Zappy. Cutie Pinky finds a pick of their own, and though Toby fan does relinquish 1 kill away from the Nova side, it's not going to be enough, and Nova have one of the most pristine retakes you can possibly have for a pistol round on that A site. A near flawless result by the end of that one, only losing 1 player in the process.
Yeah, clean as a whistle there for the first to go ahead and go for that retake treat and have Toby kind of sniffed out there immediately, but there's no real problem. But the one thing that is a problem and could possibly be just kind of this position, these post-plant aggressions in terms of what players are seeing in what corners, which I mean, sure, it's only the first round. We can't really freak out about it just yet, but I want to see Rio kind of go ahead and understand on this attacking side who needs to be holding what and who needs to be playing closer to the defending side and who needs to be kind of playing a little bit further away, because that Sage util, that wall, everything that you kind of get there in those early rounds. I mean, we talk about the potency of Sage walls in these first rounds because of how strong they are against classics and just any pistol, and we just didn't really see those have a dominant effect inside of a round like that. But I think honestly now, with Nova having all the money in the world to buy themselves up these guns and armor and all the utility, I think we're going to see at least one now.
We're just trying to opt to use the spy cam as a way to gather information around that corner. Maybe realizing Nova wouldn't have the best weapons to spray it down as quick as possible. Can squeak out a little bit of intel before it gets destroyed. However, no one on the Nova side actively pressuring that angle, which means the attempt to draw fire away from the player swinging in tandem with that util will fail for Rio. They'll have to recollect and go from there. They try to swing in quickly through ramp, and but they do actually find a kill on a slow motion Puffer. Their escapade down into ropes falls short as Cutie Pinky denies the Ramsey from that dominant controlling position. Majority of Rio stacked inside tower, trying to work from this apex front, and they're losing players on site. No one's swinging alongside Imster. She's left out to dry, and because of that, Spicy Lemon will get a free kill.
Holding this close angle, having to get those shots on, and Maddie's just doing exactly that. I mean, when you got the spike held absolutely hostage, you're not really sure what else can come out of a round like this, but so as you hold at least onto every single gun past this point, you are happy with the result. And there goes another one. So, I mean, just 2, so long as you win it. I mean, you're sitting at 10 seconds. Not a big deal here from Nova. We always talk about how many guns you want to carry over in a round like this, and they do end up carrying at least 2 onto the next. But, I mean, you just can't let too many players fall. You kind of have to play it slow there, and even then, you know you're going to give up possibly 1 or 2, but anything past that kind of feels like you could have been playing the numbers, which, I mean, Rio, to their credit, they were playing a little bit isolated. They were kind of liking to spread out and kind of play the weird game to just lurk it around the map and see what goes ahead and shows itself, and it ends up working out for them. So this rifle round should look pretty strong for them. That is, if they were actually opting for rifles. We see lots of Spectres and a Sheriff from the team that just won the last round.
I'm a little confused by the decision that Grande are opting for here. Not going for full rifles in round 3, maybe showing a little bit of, I don't know, not being as comfortable, you know, dedicating to an expensive round like that, and maybe being a little bit scared against the Nova side. Maybe our talks of them being a flawless squadron to this point are trying to weigh down on their shoulders. I'll have you know, David and Goliath, a little man can win, in fact, in an unexpected way. And though Nova is definitely the Goliath in this side, going 7-0 to this point, there is no reason why Grande cannot pull something out of their hat and find themselves victorious. But going in with pistols and, well, Sheriff and, you know, SMGs when you could have rifles and armor by this point seems like a little bit of a shortcoming. Ramsey, though, trying to make up for that, has managed to cut down Maddie, the rain on the side of Nova. They'll try to swing over towards Mailworm. They're going to do that in tandem, and nobody on the Nova side clears that cubby position, and Slow Motion Puffer will get a kill off the back of that.
Yeah, good exchanges here. I mean, to be expected there in the middle of the map, but even the fact that they have themselves the guns in terms of advantage, but not really as an expensive an advantage as what we really are typically kind of used to. So already, kind of good credit to them for saying if we are going to die and we're going to be pushing it around like this, we're going to go for the close quarters. We're going to inevitably kind of get mowed down as well. But sometimes we don't go for too big of an exchange and lose too much money in the meantime because the next one can be a rifle round. They have kind of warrant behind their decisions, but even then, better yet, they have a plant on the board finally that they can start working for here in this third round because they missed it in the second.
Extra credits on top. It's always nice to feed the wallet, so to say. It can be a bit of a hungry beast. It is an even 2-on-2 here in this post plan, and a wonderful collection and collab between Imster and their breach allows for them to collect for a kill. Sorry, Brim. Kai swings around that corner. Key, sorry, and takes down Imster and leaves this into a nice 1v1. Key at 85 HP will catch Sappy off guard, and there goes the round. A 4K to Key, a 4 Key, some would say, as Nova will collect their third in a row and are starting off a wonderful string of events to net themselves a dominant lead early.
Yeah, I mean, just that right there, nailing down that third, go ahead, getting that shutdown to work with on all those opposition players. I mean, it's just a huge position there for Gage, specifically considering the... Well, that's also Viper's pick coming up on the board. I mean, just almost immediately if you really want it there, because when you look at the rounds, when you look at how things are going, you look once again, and then you're only 2 off. You can grab yourself those easy 2 picks. You know that Rio's kind of busted for money right now, considering that even then, they bought in the last one, you're buying up in this one, and even then, with the kind of string of rounds that you're having back to back to back, that winning streak is going to give you a lot more of a safety net. That seems a lot more secure there towards the longer scheme of things as well.
URG are going to go ahead and opt for a semi-complacent buy. We just see a guard in the hands of Toby Fan as she tries to work her way through that sewer side. Spectre in hand for Zappy, just kind of disjointed once again. Maybe not trying to full commit because that loss in that last round. Nova, though, they've lost their SMGs by and all for the rest of the team. That means they can use that money that's been adding up in the back pocket over the course of these 3-round wins. And they can start to hold a objective and just map in general. Look at the Vice grip. They've paralleled inside mid. So much control. Yes, the barrier orb has slowed down the ORG side for quite a bit. But it's the slow orbs and the smokes that are making the most impact. Don't even need to peek and swing that player. URG are too scared, as they should be, to pursue that middle angle, and they'll start to fall back towards market instead and maybe opt to move in towards garage and B.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a B lap around, just trying to go ahead and look for the aggression on that site, because you know that Maddie's holding that A site, and then Maddie has been an absolute menace so far, so you cannot swing this gal. You will not find your way onto her site without losing a couple of players, and even then with the lurk, it's not going to work either, so you have to look for a different avenue, and even then, directly onto B is going to be your best option, because there's not much else you can do here. Problem is, K's the one on that site, so obviously wherever you want to go, you're going to have a problem, child, and they're going to make sure to mow down your squad as efficiently as possible. So good flash is going out, just absolutely stalling at this clock. There's nothing you could do because every single one of them are standing on the rear end of this.
A gorgeous display once again for the Nova side of how they can hold down an objective. Key saying, I'm not just going to go 5-0 and clutch that third round. I'm going to go 7-0 and continue to stay alive and dominate throughout these rounds. You highlighted Maddie earlier on for their play over towards A main, as once again we saw URG opt to leave a lone straggler in that direction to maybe give them a clue or hope for that single pick that could open up the objective for the rotate over to that site. It hasn't worked a single time, however. They had to relap back around when they did get over to the A site for the plant initially in, I believe, round 1 or 2. Past that, they've lost that player in every single opening engagement, and it has just been an unfortunate position for URG to work from. Thankfully, they managed to keep Ramsey alive here. Though the tether and nade combo almost caught them off guard, they will manage to keep their life for now.
Yeah, that was more of just kind of Ramsey keeping himself alive. That was a very, very difficult situation to kind of be stuck in, but I mean, thankfully you make it out alive. You know the tether was there. You saw that little chain be extended there, but already, once again, you're pushing onto this A site. You know who you're going to run into. Well, it's going to be Maddie again and Slow Motion Puffer, both holding kind of down this ramp, holding down that long angle, and these two are going to collapse completely on the attacking side. Just can't really do too much. You do get that shutdown on Maddie, but even then, Slow Motion Puffer still at the back of the map, up there towards ramp, holding things down.
Ooh.
Dang it, 2 and 5 to third with it as well. That's a 4K for the round.
Man, they have done a wonderful job holding down. Yes, Maddie does give up their life with the orbital strike having to be sent, but that is a full ultimate used against one player because they feel the threat. They know where Maddie is, they ought to go for it, but little did you know, it's not just Maddie holding down that ace light, Slow Motion Puffer lying in wait at top of ramp, and they will cut you down quick as they can. A gorgeous display once again in showing that not just Key can find those 4Ks to clutch things up, Nova have a pair at the very least to do so.
I mean, we're seeing it already start to unfold here for this Nova squad. Just seeing them start to feel themselves a little bit. The Viper's Pit's already up and online. I like the early aggression of it towards that B side to say, you're not going to be pushing this B side now. I'm going to go ahead, hold the back of the map, sit behind that crate, and what are you going to do? Well, you're going to respect every single bit of this thing. I mean, you're not going to push through this garage, otherwise you're going to lose all your HP before even touching this site. And I mean, honestly, at that point, your Viper can just hold things down. Key has done a wonderful job in this game without the Viper's Pit, so better yet, they're going to respect it. They're intimidated by it, and they're going to reroute themselves towards the middle or towards that A main, where it seems like neither has worked so far, and it's not going to work right here either with Spicy to get themselves too.
Locking down mid, like I mentioned before, the best strategy by far defensively, as it denies the attackers control over a huge pivot point. Go over the Resurrection, they bring back a player despite it being a 2-kill for Spicy Lemon, but problem is, it's not just Spicy Lemon lying in wait. Cutie Pinky takes down another. That will bring things back to a 5-on-3. They're going to hunt for the full 6 kills here in this round. But note that Nova aren't getting over-aggressive. They're playing passively. They're lying in wait. A bit of a misuse there for the boom bot, but none too big a concern as you still have a crossfire held with Cutie Pinky at the top of mailroom. There's just too many obstacles in the URG way, and they're going to have to find a different approach, and they just don't have the time to do so. What are you going to do? Head straight in the garage where the Viper's Pit is currently lying in wait?
No.
Cancel that. We're not going there. It's going to be a sit back and be main. We're going to hold things out. This is just not our round.
I was about to say, I mean, if you want to lose your guns as fast as possible before the round ends, then go for it. But, I mean, problem is you got way too much util there funneled out. You got Nova once again winning themselves a flawless round on the board, and they are just holding onto these guns. I mean, look at these gals. Buys. I mean, look at their economy right now. They have so much money in their back and they have no concern for money or economy whatsoever. And even then, also in the same respect for their ultimates as well. I mean, they're just going ahead and spacing these things out because you have no real pressure to actually really use them too much. Cutie Pinky hasn't died too much, so I mean, obviously, you're not going to see the ult ticks going ahead and being accumulated there. Not the most kills in the world either, but I mean, that's perfect. That's insane that you're seeing your Sage just kind of just be in the game, chill out a little bit. Everybody's doing their job and saying, I haven't even done enough in this game yet in terms of dying to actually warrant a resurrection yet because, well, there's Slow Motion Puffer doing most of the work. They're getting aggressive towards that garage, finding the majority of the kills more than not.
Showstopper huge and a little bit of damage tagged back the other way, but surviving is the more important aspect for that Nova side, maintaining that player advantage they gained for themselves. Sky Smoke placed a little precariously on top of Divider and doesn't really cut off much for the URG side. Nova still have full reign over that angle. Maybe a slight misplay, just kind of tapped it up and hasn't really set up things highly for you. Maybe aware that the Rays could technically boost back on top of it. I'm not too sure, but Nova, a man advantage going around that could possibly bring them to 7-0. They've already reached an even position. They're about to go above and beyond with Cutie Pinky, finding 2 quills, lickety split. Maddie closing things out as well. A gorgeous display all over again from that Nova squadron who just say, hey, 6 is plenty, but we're going to go above and beyond that. Let's hit 7 already.
Yeah, it's just again and again and again and again. I mean, we just see this Nova Violet squad just hanging this thing in, and it's just like, it's problematic here for real. I mean, obviously, this is a defensive-sided map that we've seen just historically, but not to this extent. With a 7-0 start, I mean, you guaranteed yourself an even half of the last one. Everything past this point is just kind of a cherry on top. It's a little bit extra. You're going kind of above and beyond, and you're happy with what's going on here, but man, it just can't be like this. You got to have some kind of contention here. You have to have some kind of slowdown, some retortion, and it just doesn't really seem to be too present just yet. Even though you can't get the shots off of that wall, you can't find that early destruction. You can see an early push coming out from Zappy, but man, it's against Maddie that you're going up against on this A site, and you have to realize that.
You have Spike in hand, facing off with a Spectre against a rifle. Util against you. Ghoul thankfully does collect a kill, but at the same exact moment, Toby Fan and Imster will be easily diced down by the Nova squad, and it'll be Cutie Pinky to close things out. URG just give up Spike early. They're not playing together on a site. They haven't really determined where they want to go. It feels disjointed. They need to be a little bit more collaborative when it comes to their efforts pursuing. And yes, like you said, it is a defender favorited map. If you follow Jescoat on Twitter, the VCT analyst, she was very vocal about this just yesterday, about Split and how defensive favored it can be. I mean, it's to a high extent, but Nova are showcasing that it's not just defensive favorited, it's Nova favorited, as all gunfights have seemingly gone their way, and that's not just defensive favorited positioning.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to wait for the next half to actually see whether or not that comes to life. But already, I mean, you see these early Seekers coming out, and you see that once again, you're going to see these players kind of go ahead and being stacked up. Maddie, I mean, that is a free shot on the Seeker. You know they're going to push onto the site, and then guess what? You're going to be ready for that as well and just hit easy shots on top of it. It is one of these scenarios that things are looking so darn rough here for the side of Rio that they just have to have some kind of utility. They have to have an engage onto the site. And a Brimstone Molly sitting back towards screens isn't really what you're looking for. So the smoke to go down could possibly give you that cover to retreat and kind of rotate around the map, but that's not the case. It's a spike drop. That's going to be a lot of players just migrating toward that section of the map for a flawless.
That is the, I believe, what, second flawless we've seen come out from the Nova side in this matchup so far?
Third. Two were actually off of kills. One was just based off a save at the end of the round for another player's drop.
True. So 2 full flawlesses and 1 semi-flawless?
2 forced flawlesses, or 2,
Is there a term for that?
2 created flawlesses, like 2 that they made flawless because they were the only ones standing, and then one of them was just kind of like, I'll take it.
Got you. 1 timed flawless, 2 forced flawless, right?
There you go, yeah.
Something like that. We'll come up with a term for it eventually, or maybe it exists and we'll be told it is. It's hard to tell. But you know what? It's fairly easy to tell up to this point. Nova feel comfortable. They're sitting 9-0. We always mention 3 is the minimum you need to work with. That's kind of that comfort ground for most maps, especially ones that are defensive favored. You want to make sure you get at least 3. And URG are in a territory where they can still get 3. They must win out the rest of this half, though, to do so. And Nova still have better weapons. They still have better positioning. And they feel comfortable swinging these angles. Maddie is welcoming the idea of swinging 4 players once again over towards A main. It is ridiculous how often and how effectively it has worked for them. But once the pressure starts to move towards B, notice on your minimap how quick Nova are to assume a position where there's 2 players to hold that. And how quickly they're going to assist their teammates knowing that they could be in a bad spot.
Yeah, I mean, just rotations are instantaneous. We already saw a little bit of an example of that on that first round where you see that a lot of people aren't really second at A site, and even then after kind of a crazy hit, you see players there immediately ready. But that kind of mid to A back and forth is just so fast here from the squad, where even Maddie that we see just pushing up an A, winning these gunfights to get in again towards the middle of the map, just snap of the fingers. And already everybody's just collapsing on that B site where you hear those last couple gunshots being made. So I mean, it is a problem again and again where you're saying, how are they rotating so fast? It's not a concern, it's just a problem that you have to find a way around.
10 has been reached, double digits. We call the chokehold or checkpoint, and I think Nova are trying to tell everybody here they're not stopping anytime soon. Our observer taking a quick look at some figurines that are laid inside of, I assume, rest. That's in, I think that's defender spawn. Either way, just trying to, ease the situation. Yeah, correct. Just trying to ease the situation at hand in between these rounds. URG coming into this one, and it's still not a pretty picture for the eco they have on the board. Feels like maybe they could have just opted for a total save in a round before to make sure that they're at least having rifles to work with. But even when they can afford rifles, it does feel like they're not opting to do so in a lot of these rounds, which is a little precarious, especially when one of the only ways they've been getting kills off the back of ultimates. And there it goes again. The orbital strike actually gains 2 kills this time, and Maddie is once again one of them.
Yeah, I mean, just already, I mean, these instantaneous picks again and again. I mean, it just seems like when you blink, it just seems like Groundhog Day on these rounds. I mean, just you're kind of seeing repeated progress, you're seeing repeated results. Every now and then, you get a different kind of result to a certain extent, of either whether or not it be flawless, how many players are standing, but I mean, in the end of the day, it's the same situation. You're seeing that Nova's winning out these rounds. Well, finally, we're getting a little bit of a change of pace here to where Rio could find themselves this first round off the back of what is a thrifty. I mean, comparative in terms of buys, what we're seeing under Nova, you do not have nearly as much money invested into this. And even he can't find the shutdown there either. But Cutie Pinky does have a resurrection available. It's one of the 2 players remaining. You can actually tie up these man numbers.
Keep in mind, there is a dead player at the top of tower. That was key that we mentioned before. And it may not be in the most resible locations, but theoretically you could also rope around to rope and find that player to bring back up to full shape. Spike has gone down, and Cutie Pinky's taking a bit more of a direct approach to the objective. Ramsey, unfortunately, he'll bite the bullet quite literally. They'll have to use their self-heal upon themselves. Toby Fan locking down Mailroom, but that's not where they're pursuing for the Nova side. Objective is clear, and they'll go clear above and beyond. Cutie Pinky has been a menace. 4 kills in the round. It's not just a pair that gets the Nova side into those 3 and 4Ks. Now they have a triplet to do so. With 2 players for surviving, a huge comeback in the round, and Nova will continue their flawless streak here in this series.
It's one of those points. I mean, I already mentioned Cutie Pinky earlier, kind of being that Sage scene. I mean, it's nice when your Sage doesn't have to do very much. And even then, they're not even concerned about their resurrection. Well, apparently, when you get into a point where you back Pinky up against a wall, they're going to fight back. They're going to bite back. You're going to see these 4Ks. You're going to see this player step up, going from literally bottom to top. And, well, I would say a couple rounds. But, I mean, we've been here a while because you see that 11 on the scoreboard, and you're like, things aren't looking too hot. But, I mean, keep in mind, though, every single kill past that point has been flawless. That 3-2 I mentioned at the bottom, you're now 13-2. You gained 10 more, and you haven't even had any stress behind your resurrection on top of it. So, good lookings here for Nova. They're keeping it running along. No matter what, a pistol round and then the force afterwards will give themselves a smack.
Zappy trying to play within mid, and majority of their util was locked down as the no command was popped early for the Nova side, maybe feeling the pressure and just deciding to slow things down even further. They know they've won off time at least once before, but they had the Viper's Pit to really assist and facilitate that level of play. That's not an availability here in this round, at least up to this point. And he is still holding down as best they can alongside that Viper, but noticingly enough, Maddie's not on A side holding ramp. They're going to have to rotate once the pressure starts to broil up on that side. They're going to send 4 players possibly up through that ramp side, but it still just isn't working. Man rushing isn't going to get the job done. A kill back in return to even up the odds, and slow motion Puffer with a flick and kill back onto Toby Fan. They'll hunt for more as they start to peruse in through that arches. It will fall short though. Ghoul with a wonderful wraparound of their own. Maddie on site goes for it. Nightfall as well. They're sending out a Prowler after Prowler, trying to dump as much util against Imster. And in there, the last player remaining, as she will fall just as quick. The Nova side will go flawless in the first half, 12-0.
Switching sides.
Maddie, I mean, once again, just kind of at it. I mean, as soon as you saw it, sure, you had kind of the player disadvantage for the side of Nova, but you did, okay, who's coming to the side? Well, it's Key and Maddie, and that's the problem. If it was anybody else, I mean, you could go ahead and kind of get that warrant earlier in the game before they started all getting their own respective sprees. I mean, Key sitting on that 4K earlier. We saw Slow Motion have theirs as well. Cutie Pinky getting theirs, and then Maddie just going ahead and topping everything off, being kind of that consistency that we see over towards the A side of the map. So already, I mean, you could tell this girl has deserved her spot on the leaderboard, and I think she should hold on to it as best she can because, I mean, she definitely has been that hold-down player that when you can look to every single round and say, well, she's been there immediately, playing on these sides, getting those exchanges as fast as possible, and always being a menace to some extent for the side of this Rio team. So already 12-0, a flawless half to work off of. You just need this pistol round and you get to go on to the next.
Ramsey in a bit of a tight space. He tries best to survive. Unfortunately, at the same time, sending out the guiding light, a Prowler around that corner, and it can be a little annoying to deal with things when you're affected by such a short-sighted position. However, Nova decide not to opt for the rush, and instead, they'll leave 2 players in the position they all 5 fought for. One will start to move back a little bit more towards that alley side, but kind of an interesting take on what URG were bringing on their attacking side, but this time around leaving 2, and the second one will pivot away, the second will join them, and that sets up a perfect play to maybe catch one off guard. Samurai Sword out, and unfortunately Key cannot use it to swing towards Toby Fan as they'll get the kill in return, but they've got slow motion Puffer nearby, and they get caught off guard as well. Nova are not finding success here in this round. They lose another player on site. It's just Cutie Pinky to find a pick, and their teammate of Maddie is off site now working up through heaven. They've got to get a 4K. Can close up for one, hunting for a second. Flawless between the 2 of them, but a defuse actively going down. They'll hop off for a moment. They'll find 3. Now just 1 more around the corner. Prowler is sent. They've been marked before. They're in the open, and Maddie will clutch things up. A 4K! Another for the Nova side, and a 13-0 flawless victory to end things off.
I wouldn't call him Maddie out or nothing, but, it just kind of proves the point. Let's be real here. That's all you gotta look at. A pistol round clutch like that, great use of the utilities, kind of playing it. Sure, the hunt was a little bit questionable, but you're not worried about it. You just wanted to hear shots. You wanted to see whether that player was actually on that spike. Make sure to close that thing out and see whether they were going to actually get off for a second. Make that window as best you can. So, great plays there from the Nova Nighthawks. The 13-0 isn't the only thing that kind of just screams volumes for them. It was the fact that that wasn't even their map, better yet. that was Rio's map pick, and you're going on now to Nova Nighthawks' home field that they opted to go to. So, I don't know what to say, man. Obviously, kudos to them, but, you got to give them a chance.
12-0s, while an unlikely scoreline, is probably most often done in a map like Split. It is very defensive favorited.
That's fair.
But if you're going to let them go 12-0, you have to capitalize on your piston rounds. And to be frank, that was the perfect scenario to do so. It was a 1v4, and Maddie she's got that dog in her, apparently. She just comes up clutch. That was a spectacular foray, Dallas. And that is the 4th person out of 5 on that Nova side to get a 4K. That one being probably the most important one in that match, though. They were only 1 away from concluding in the first place. Either way, despite it being a somewhat short map, we're going to follow precedent. We're going to take a quick break between map 1 and 2, and we'll get back when these players and us are ready to go.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the NECC. We're keeping things rolling along, man. If you just missed out our first map, it was Rio Grande and Nova Nighthawks go ahead and settling things on Split, which will, if we're talking settled, it was just more kind of putting to bed. Already, Rio Grande down 13-0 on that map, now down 0-1 inside the series of their own map pick, and now we're going to the Nova Nighthawks Violet Squad, home field of the lovely land of Old Fracture. A little bit of an interesting map, but enough to see it's going to be guaranteed for us because, man, I want to see what these scouts can do on that place.
There is a little bit of unfortunate news that we learned in between during that break. Maddie, after that matchup, was complaining about a sharp pain in her stomach. She went over to the staff over at the university, and unfortunately, when they checked on her, they found out that she had that dog in her. So we'll see if that's going to matter here on Fracture or not, but considering I think it's infected the rest of the squad, to be frank. It's gonna be a difficult matchup. You don't pull out Fracture unless you're confident on it. And considering you just 13-0'd your opposition's map pick. Ooh, Fracture on the field. And I'm not sure this is gonna go well. It's gonna have to be a really, really good game to come out here from URG.
And I think, honestly, there's plenty of space to kind of get that done. But it's the side swapping that really just starts to stress me out a little bit. It's the fact that we're going to see the likes of Rio starting on the defensive side. So, I mean, knowing that you don't have that option of kind of a lot of variability. You can't really kind of wander around the map and do what you want to do and kind of come up with a game plan. It's the Nova Nighthawks that are starting the attacking side, and they're the ones who do get that luxury of saying, well, we can go wherever we want to. We can kind of get crazy with it. We can go ahead and set things up and kind of go for these splits, go for these early picks somewhere, overextend, go somewhere else, especially when they have that Neon, which is being hovered on right now. I mean, you never know what you're going to get handed to you. And Rio kind of starting out choosing the defensive side, I'm sure they were hoping that that first map wouldn't go that way, and they're saying, okay, we're going to have some luxury here. We're going to get a couple rounds on them. They'll get a couple rounds back. It's that even exchange. After Split, you're realizing, man, this may be a really bad thing to look at with the hindsight now.
Whew. Riot Esports locking in their full selection. Apparently really liking what they're seeing. The Nighthawks, though, have not opted to do so. Still kind of waiting things out for the time being. I do like the idea of still having a fade on the board, but we are actually the one to select it this time around. Does not look like Maddie will be replicating that in the same success they had previously. Ram's going to be over on that Brim, seemingly liking the trick they were on before. Emster over to the KJ, Zappy on that KO, and Chamber. Lacking a true duelist for the side of Rio Esports, interestingly enough. And though we do like to joke, Chamber can act as your tertiary duelist, that third selection, because we were in a double duelist meta at the time. Chamber has kind of fallen back for good reason, and even more so now, can't really be called a duelist. Just doesn't have the same timings, doesn't have the same potential. A very expensive agent to select because that headhunter. We'll have to see. But anything can be pulled out by Rio, and as long as they're confident it can work, they got to make it work.
Yeah, I was kind of out here rooting for Rio a little bit, kind of hoping for that third map, but I mean, you're making it really hard with that pick.
I know you don't like Chamber.
Yeah, it's just more the agent. It's not anything else in particular. I swear it is literally just the fact that you picked Chamber, and because I cannot stand that man. Still have some elements of PTSD from the meta when he just absolutely ran the game. But I mean, already, I'm just seeing what's going to be done here. You obviously know the Ghost Spy is coming out. Couple headhunters on the back of it because, I mean, as you can tell, there's no other real utility there, and it's to be expected. You don't really need that kind of trademark in the back of the map, considering that even then now it's kind of nerf. It's not global anymore, and you're on the defensive side, so you're holding things down on your own. But Ramsey pushing up here on this first round. Good luck. You get one.
Hey, that's honestly better than I assumed you even would have thought of, considering how much was dumped their way. The stun, the flashes, the 4-man rush down lane. I mean, it was impressive that they managed to, get at least one kill in the process. Nova, though, still quick towards site. They're going to go for a plant here, not on the Radiant Crate side, instead a little bit closer to that brick wall that's not actually bangable. Nova will get the spike down, and now it's up to URG to go for the retake. They're going to go ahead and pop flash forward, and Imster on the flank, unfortunately, just can't find success, but now it leaves URG a man short and make that 2. Maddie on the Cypher not falling back off their role of getting kills. Spicy Lemon still on site, catching Ghoul off guard, and can swing out for another. 3 kills total in the round, Toby Fan being the 3rd, and Nova will find themselves a first-round victory.
Makes complete sense. I mean, considering that you already saw that nice little exchange on it, even then when you didn't see kind of that instantaneous reaction there from the side of Rio to go ahead and say, look, we got to get to this A site, we got to hold things down. And even then with how much pressure was kind of being put towards desert rather than actually on that site, it's a little bit questionable. I mean, regardless, so you're going to see these adjustments being made over the course of the map and seeing what exactly Rio can do to kind of put a stop here to Nova. Problem is, though, when you look at Nova, that's the issue. I mean, already a very strong start. 3 kills coming out from Slow Motion Puffer, doing their job as a duelist, doing what they need to do, and they're just going to push right to the map. They have no real problem with doing what they need to, and see, no real holdback either. They know how much pressure, they know how intimidating they are, so they're going to bring that all the way into the spot.
Slow Motion Puffer is just a one... I can't even... they're just an army. An army with a single individual at play. 3 kills in their own spawn. That is defensive spawn, might I add. It is a slight step over towards door, which is, I guess, the link side leading over towards the A side. But you are effectively in their spawn. And they did a glorious job of finding 3 kills. They didn't get a single one in that first round. Maybe they're saying, hey, this is my time to shine. Let's step up big. And they do so in a great fashion. Spicy Lemon finds yet another one. That brings them to a 4-0 start so far. A lot like we saw last game as well, with the sides of, I think it was Key at the time, who ended up going 8-0 in the start without a single death. Oh, man. Nova are sitting in a glorious state where they could be starting once again on a 3-0 start. And on their map pick, it's just an even better way to go about it. It's Slow Motion Puffer again. Spicy may be dead, but they picked up 2 kills, Dallas.
And even then, Maddie just on the back end, just going ahead and pushing right through main, being the first player on site for contact there from the attacking side on the opposing end of Slow Motion Puffer. So saying, you know what? I mean, I'm still an initiator at heart. I was still going crazy there, but I'm just going to let you be the first contact, and they're going to be all looking in your direction after that last round, considering how, just intimidating and much of a problem you were. So once again, Ramsey being the last player sitting, can go ahead and get one in the meantime. You're sitting at 11 health. That's a very, very problematic point to go ahead and try and stay alive in the meantime. So 3 in a row once again for Nova here to start off this map. A little bit reminiscent of that last one we just got handed to us, but man, I mean, there's still time, Rio. You just got to make sure to switch it up faster.
One thing I do think has worked for URG so far is the fact that they kept 2 players with a somewhat good eco. That was Ghoul and Imster. Unfortunately, Ghoul is opting for a full buy, rifle and everything, but Imster is not. And of the 2 that I would expect a buy to be somewhat held back from, it would be your Chamber, to utilize the eco advantage you get with that Headhunter and it costing 150 per shot, right? That would be the expected thing I'd see, but it's the other way around. A very disjointed buy, all in all. And it's just not something you really expect to see. You want a team that can kind of be on the same footing, so you don't have to be compared to each other. You don't have to worry about when you can buy or what to buy at certain moments. Slow Motion Puffer maybe not having the best of play there in the 1-on-1. Now has to fight a 3-on-1, and they'll realize quickly that's not the best way to play this one. I'll take a couple steps back, and we'll go ahead and get Spicy to plant down Spike and put us at a, well, post-plant advantage where we have locked down all up towards rope, and that sand area is going to be very difficult to push.
Yeah, I mean, you're already seeing somewhat of a lap around coming out from Ramsey, which is kind of a good attempt there, but the problem is Slow Motion Puffer's the one that can't really have too much of an attempt. Doesn't get too much of an opportunity. He had a couple seconds there to get the shots off, but Ghoul just has more players there and is also being that one-player army that we're talking about once again, which just now on the side of Rio. Problem is, they're the one that's pushing in. We talked about Chamber being a duelist. You can't be the first one on site, because otherwise that happens, because you're not too used to shooting those tripwires. So with that defuse going down, Key's trying to just stay alive, get things done. You get one in the meantime. The problem is there's just so many people surrounding you. As close as an attempt as it was, it's just so close, but no cigar.
A wonderful round for URG, considering the fact that Nova start off 3-0. They lose, what was it, 2-3 SMGs by the end of that round. They can, you know, decide whether or not to match or force up alongside it. That was one of the problems we were questioning for Nova in the first map, where they started off in a very dominant spree. Of course, they ended up flawlessly as well. When are they going to trade out those SMGs? They had to clutch up round 3 in a 1v3, I think was the ending result for it. It was a 4K to close, but they only had one player surviving, which means the rest of the team is sitting in a good enough spot where they can have 4 rivals at minimum and probably just force out the 5th and drop the SMG and spawn. They didn't have the same luxury there.
Yeah.
There's 3 players left. They're going to hold on to their SMGs, and that's going to ultimately be a little bit more difficult than the fight against URG.
And even, I mean, looking at these buys, I mean, they've already been all over the place if we're going ahead and considering. I mean, once again, we saw Rio kind of go for these odd buys in that third round where they weren't going for a rifle. They were going for the SMGs. And once again, I mean, they find themselves these moments where they have an upper hand, where they could, technically. And they just kind of give it away to say, honestly, we want the SMGs again. We want to win with these guns specifically. And you finally managed to get that, thankfully. The problem is it comes a little bit too late. We've already seen that Nova had found themselves the exchanges that even after a round loss, when they found themselves 3 in a row with that massive win streak on their hands, they're not concerned about that. They're just setting up for rounds like this. They say, okay, now everybody can full buy, even after losing a couple in the last round. So sure, a couple you have them as well, but look at their shots. We've already robbed you 2 players. We've already robbed you of an ultimate. There's not much you can do in a situation like this, especially with, I mean, sure, the double initiator. That's nice and all, but where's your duelist? You don't have one, period. So we're just kind of happy with what's going on here.
Look at the mini-map as well. 2 kills that were netted for the Nova side on the B side, and that forced the rest of URG off of A in its totality. That lets Nova plant for free. Not only does it let them plant for free, it gives them 10 to 15 seconds of free spike time, which just narrows even further the URG chance here for a post plant.
Yeah.
It's Ghoul, the only one to swing, though they do take down Maddie. Who else but Key to quickly frag back? And Toby Fan, well, they don't like what they see. Retreat, live for another round, hold on to the Phantom. You have no armor anyways. You may have won the last round, but this one was not a good one. Nova will now climb to 4-1, and off a really smart play of distracting on B before spiking over on A.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at points like that, it's already just a big here for the likes of Nova, the way they're playing around this map. Once again, I mean, I talk about their attacking prowess and what they could have been capable of. And already, we were probably going to see that, considering that we saw them for 1 round on the attacking side on Split. Now we get to see the full-fledged of it, and even then on their home field. I mean, we're just seeing what the result of that is. Sure, it's not nearly as flawless right now, but that's just because the rounds and the buys didn't really go their way for one point. They just kind of got caught off guard. I mean, you saw the angles that they were taking. It's a little bit difficult. Just the timing didn't work out for them. And that just happens sometimes. But already, when you see matchups like this, you do see actual, like, legitimately warranted gunfights going through. And being some nice exchanges there. Ramsey able to go ahead and get one, but when you get that null command that's going on to that site, you say, okay, just push through. There's nothing they can really do. So many of them already dinged up. Why not? It's a 4v2. They're going to have to play for this retake almost perfectly.
Special will go ahead and fragment off away Link to the B side. One player now working in all by their lonesome with Imster's death by the hands of Spicy Lemon. 3 kills of them here in this round alone. Joey Fan's going to have a pretty major hill to climb. And I think, in fact, correct me if I'm wrong here, I think Spicy Lemon was the only player not to get a 4K last map. It was either Spicy Lemon or Cutie Pinky. I can't remember it. I think Cutie Pinky did it in the earlier rounds.
Cutie
but
Pinky
I think that
was Cutie Pinky. Cutie Pinky got 1.
Then it nets all 5 now for Nova, having reached a 4K. No one has yet to reach an ace. But I'd expect now that everyone has reached their 4K, there may just be 1 ace coming out. I hope. Statistically, it seems likely. Just 1 more.
No, that's right. Yeah, slow motion on the Raze, Maddie on the Fade, Key on the Viper, Cutie Pinky on the Sage. That's where they got theirs on that clutch round in the 2v4 retake. And now, inevitably, Spicy Lemon, the last one. So, a nice little team effort going on here. Obviously, kind of a testament to the prowess and the just overall dominance that we've seen out of this team so far. They're just keeping it going with the first blood. Once again, Maddie being a Sentinel, but still yet playing like a duelist and not really being punished for it because, well, what do you have to do? You just got to kill him. The problem is you just can't get that done.
Toby Fan up in rope. Just come on. Has the opportunity, just can't net the damage. Flick over and Key gets the kill. Another. What? where Ramsey theoretically has the drop on Key, and yet Key still gets the kill. URG's, I don't want to say recoil control is just failing them, maybe tight engagements, but they aren't collecting themselves for these shots. Ghoul nets a nice pick here, second here with the Tour de Force. It's been a few months even since I've had the opportunity to highlight this ultimate, but Ghoul is doing quick work with it. 2 picks to their name. The flank was watched for nary a moment. The right idea of a Ghoul, but unfortunately the COD timing, or more specifically Valorant timing here, catches them off guard, and they'll be swung the second they look away from that angle.
Did you get a peek of why you haven't said that name in very long? It's because, well, the rate chamber speed on that thing is yeah, y'all go ahead and take a look. What, it was like last year, not even around this time, a semester beforehand, like fall of last year, and it was yeah,
an auto rifle.
Completely, yeah. It was definitely Vandal levels, it feels like. Phantom before saying anything else, but I mean, it was absolutely disgusting. So I'm happy for that thing to be put in its place. Problem is, though, Rio has to do the same thing to Nova. They got to put them in their place. They got to show that, I mean, we are in this game, that they can actually contend with the big players right now in the league, and they've got themselves one round this entire series thus far. That's the problem. If you got yourself a map, you can go ahead and say, all right, something like this, it's a little bit of a slip up, or looking good on the standing board still. I mean, that's really not a problem for us. But that's not the luxury you have. You have a 13-0, and you're trying to make a case for yourself in terms of rounds and maps, in terms of the leaderboard, and man, is that hard to do, but Ramsey, they're trying to make a case for it.
Ramsey has been free flying the orbital strikes. That's the phrase I'll use. And they work very well. I'd say it's the most efficient piece of util URG have at their hands. It got a double kill on split, or in the earlier stages, shut down Maddie and security when they pushed towards A. It was a really big ultimate for the URG side. And now Ramsey's showing that it's not just the ultimate to get the jobs done. It damages a ton of the Nova players. And that allows for them to close out 2 kills after the fact, spraying down through Hall. Unfortunately, Key off the flank catches Ramsey off guard, and their steadfast players now sleeping with the fishes, leaving just Imster all by their lonesome on site. She does find a pick over towards Maddie, somehow, some way getting the upper hand. And that will force Key's hand. Hey, maybe A's not the place to go. We know they're there. Let's go plant on B instead, and they should have just barely enough time to get that
10
done.
seconds left.
Yeah, and you know both of them are kind of match up against each other. You know this little bit of a thing that's going on right now, but the spike is in hand for Key, so I mean, you're just going to play into that. Try to guarantee what you can. You get all 4 stars to play with. You have the cause of divide almost up here, but I mean, it's not really a time thing. You're thankfully you're that much closer in the meantime. So I mean, look at that. All 4 stars, instantaneous. Picks them up, drops them down, play that crowd control, get that corner plant down, and see if you can use that kind of crowd control to just take them off the spike and play for that time, because sadly we didn't get to see that start to unravel on that A site. So just wait for that tick, and honestly, throw every single piece of util you have on the planet right at that thing, because there's not much they can really do at that point. With a stun, a pull, yeah, you're just off that thing, you're good.
Imster they know that their life will be forfeited. Key playing over by Domino. I loved what Imster did there. Imster's placement of their turret on central stack cuts down the play for the flank that Key was working towards the entire time. The whole point of that round for Key was to be able to move from Domino and retake their own spike on the attempted post plant. The issue was Imster denies that, but Imster was still ultimately outplayed off of time, which allowed for the util that was already set in stone. The stars, like you mentioned, for the stun and whirlpool. It just works better for Key, who has the util available. And that now nets them to 8-1. I'm not talking about scoreline. Key specifically sitting 8-1. The least killed player here on this map. And I think they may have been the same case on the map prior, where they started off with an 8-0 start. URG just haven't really found their answer to Key's playstyle. And because of that, you'll see that pretty much every round that Nova win, Key has been a part of it one way or another. Especially so the fact that I think they've survived every single round that they've won, which is why there's only one death for them, is the one round URG took.
And even then, I wouldn't say it's too much of a playstyle thing. It's just holding down. Once again, already. A very good execution. Easy little first blood on the board again out of Nova. And they can just push on the side off of that. I mean, you see the back and forth. You're kind of keeping tabs towards that A site. See who rotates in the meantime. You're probably going to see slow motion. Go ahead and at least grab this kill in the meantime towards Ghoul, because everybody's rotating to A site. You may even have the luxury of getting more on top of that, because Spike is going down, and you're just kind of just keeping them there. Keeping a leash on Rio here. They just can't do too much. And as I mentioned earlier, possibly able to get that kill, but nah, you let it slip away. You just got to run around. You got to go meet your teammates, or just keep on fighting the opponents that aren't going for the spike.
Nova looking like they may just pull another flawless round out of this one. Fragment once again tossed. This one an interesting bounce. Actually sent off the back wall. Going for a bit of a rebound, maybe, to try and cut off that angle. It works well, and Spicy Lemon will then use that as a way to isolate the players, because Toby Fan can't swing alongside their teammate that was working over from that link side, and it's an easy kill. URG will give up yet another. 8-1 our total score line. 2 ultimates may be ready for URG, but you know what's better than 2? Twice the number. 4 ready on the side of Nova. And Maddie's not far behind on theirs either, and that's free info.
Yeah, it just seems like every single time, I mean, Nova wants to get themselves those early picks. It seems like Rio's just there to answer it immediately and trying to do that as fast as possible. But, I mean, Nova are just that much better about the rotations. And, I mean, this game alone can show you the importance of that. Nova feels like they're there to answer things immediately. Rio feels like they're making an attempt to be there as soon as possible. I mean, in those 2 words, I mean, ASAP and immediately are obviously... They feel very similar, but they're very much different when you see the impact that both of them have. I mean, you considering that one of them is there for the trades and one of them isn't. One of them there's for the retake and there for the spike plant and there for the spike diffuse, better yet. And one of them is just there to kind of play for that later on. You're seeing a save round possibly come underway when you see a lot of these players turn tail, kind of head towards the A site. Maybe go for the exit, but instead it's just Ramsey going for a lat while the rest of the team is trying to go for these ultimates.
Imster, huge play here to utilize the lockdown. This one a big shock factor as it takes up all of sight. Just a slight little area that cannot be taken away from them. Slow motion puffer, maybe in a dangerous spot. They're just going to hold down the objective as best they can. They will be detained on site, but Nova at least can hold off for the time being. Ram through the pick towards Puffer. Spicy Element popping the no command. They'll be destabilized. Maddie, the only player left standing. There's just no time, like you said. A wonderful play for Nova, saying, hey, the lockdown may be coming in, but it's popped too late. By the time we're detained, you can't use util because we'll no command it back the other way. A wonderful way to say, you got something up your sleeve. We've got 2 up our sleeve. How are you going to face off against it?
It's just more like you got something on your sleeve, but I mean, it got stuck. And it just took a little bit to pull out. I mean, we saw the execution. We saw the ideas start to unravel here. And I like the ideas being brought out from Rio. Problem is, it just came once again a little too late. By the time they even got a chance to get onto that site, I think they had time there. They could have had a chance, but it had to be done immediately. You can't wait for Ramsey to say, all right, I'm going to lap around the map, get into my flank spot, and kind of play that little nuisance card, and there's nothing they can do about it. No, you need to do that while the execution's going up. You need to be a late flank, or you need to do that before anybody even has the idea come up that you go right back to your spot. It's a play style. Stick to it or don't. And already, some nice little trades going out on the site. Another round going underway. And Ryu, they're kind of in a good spot in terms of actual kills with the guns that they have, all things considered. But it's a 2v2, and they can still have it done.
Amster's a Ghost Queen, finding 2 picks off the back of that one, shutting down the last remaining moments. Yes, of the overdrive, and then KO trying to swing up on top of stairs. A bit of an unexpected result for Nova. They do get spiked down, though, eventually. And that will force URG into a state where they've got to push in from Desert. Go will drop down off of Heaven first. Key over on top of Drop, over on that satellite side. They know for a fact they're there. The ping is going forward. They'll try to fragment it to keep them at bay. The slightest of corners is available for Key to swing around, and Maddie on site has no problems at least cutting down one. Key will pull them away. Zappy cannot touch the diffuser, and Key will just buy their time. They know they have no reason to swing that wildly, and they'll just wait for Zappy to touch where they can go for the wallbang and shoulder peek to get the kill.
Once again, just round after round after round. I mean, you're seeing all these stars. It's the fact that Key doesn't even really have to do anything in the setup for the round. You mentioned the play style earlier in that 1v1 against Imster. And, I mean, that's where I kind of just mentioned to where Key's just playing her role. Doesn't really have to push up too much. Doesn't have to sit back. Just sit right there in the middle. You have an absolute unit of a squad. It feels like you are a president with top-tier security surrounding you right now. And you don't even have to really use too much utility. I mean, you look at Slow Motion Puffer pushing up so hard, so fast, we're saying, why do we need to pop smokes? We get a fast lane. Slow Motion Puffer will be on site. They will find those kills anyways. They will let us know, and let's just go for the trade. Why do I have to smoke this thing out when I can use all those stars for a spike and guarantee our post plant be a win? And already you see it's, well, a first blood going over to the side of, well, Rio this time. So every now and then they find themselves these good starts. They just have to continue it.
Ghoul's gonna slowly but surely swing around alongside Spicy Limit, but it just doesn't really work out. Sorry, alongside Zappy. It doesn't really work out. Nova in their last round of this half have just had no problems. Kill after kill, shot after shot. A 4v1 now in Stone, and Imster has to pull, well, a rabbit out of a hat, and unfortunately, much like the cards they had previously, a bit stuck at the gate. It's turned from a magic trick to a game of 42 card pickup, as everything is seemingly fallen apart for URG here in this round, and Imster has to do everything by herself. They'll play from within spawn. Shorty in hand for motion puffer. Imster takes the moment to collect themselves to the kill, but it will not matter. Cutie Pinky will swing after the fact, and Nova will now net themselves an 11-1 halftime. Not flawless, which is a better result for URG, but they did net themselves a nice round in round 4.
Yeah, so I mean, you guys on the board, you're showing that, okay, you know, gods can blade, at least in terms of our conference, but we just had to see that answer faster. I mean, it's impressive to see that Ramsey, I mean, let's just look at the side of Rio, what Ramsey's been doing. 10 and 10, is able to get a couple of these first bloods every now and then, looking pretty solid on the scoreboard, but I mean, that's where it kind of stops. That's where the praises can't really go any further, to where, I mean, you're seeing a lot of these kind of big lurking kills on the defensive side, these flanks to come out, and if you know you're a shooter like that, if you're the one holding your own here in fight, play for trades off your teammates. So you can find maybe one or two. I mean, don't bait them, obviously, but at least play around them. Work in that unison on site. Get those smokes on the places that you know that Nova's going to be pushing, and inevitably give yourself that lead, that advantage. Problem is, we're just not seeing that unfold, but now they're on the defensive side, and then give it one more shot here, which, if their defense anything to go off of and split, we're just not going to talk about it.
Ramsey finding a pick back. At least nets themselves to a 1v1 after Nova give themselves the go-ahead. Short-lived, though, past that point. Nano Swarm will be sent out fairly aggressively. Shockingly enough, not being destroyed just before it was going off. Imster will find a nice pick back, though. Ghouls head themselves off their shoulders. And Nova are looking in a bit of a rough strait. A man disadvantage. Slow motion puffer, not with really too much assistance nearby, as Key is trying to work their way in towards Domino, towards the actual spike, and have had some complication against Ramsey. The last shot for either player would have killed. Nova just barely, though, evening the odds of slow motion puffer working the other way. They'll have to work in from underneath that sewer side. The Frenzy in hand, one player behind Domino. They're going to try to create some space. Lots of noise is being made. They'll go for the pick. Ramsey collect the spike back again. The plan is down. Toby fan playing behind Stack. They know they're there. They can't get the Frenzy shots, though. And Key has to win their ones. Does so against Ramsey. Back to another 1v1. Their position, mostly known, but Key takes another shot. The damage at range keeps them alive. 4 HP remaining. They can't cross just yet. They don't know that it's necessarily safe. But they have to head to the objective. They at least have to touch that spike first and foremost. URG have everything at their disposal to feasibly pull this one out from underneath them. They'll stick it to half. Key going even further. They'll sneak the whole spike out from underneath them. Nova will steal the round. Despite all of the obstacles that URG was overcoming, Nova will still find themselves victorious.
I mean, there it is. Just one more to work with. I mean, you got to know where that Prowler's going to go, and even then just couldn't find the height to get onto that site. Prowlers don't just levitate. They just don't go up into the air. You have to give them that elevation, give them a ramp to be working off of. And the map just really isn't built like that, sadly enough, here for the side of Fracture. So you couldn't get up there. You couldn't check that spike, and even in the range, you had to make that pitch perfect, pixel perfect, better yet, to even get yourself that opportunity to give that little sniff out towards that spike. And even then, you're probably going to be touching it still because, well, if you're controlling a Prowler, guess what? That probably means that your Fade doesn't have their gun up, and they're not going to be shooting you if you do get off during that mere millisecond. So already 12-1 here for Nova, looking to just close things out here with the Spectres in hand. You're going to see a force here from Rio as best they can make it, but man, we got to see whether or not they can actually make it worth it.
Maddie finds themselves a nice first pick, only needing a classic to truly do so. Cutie Pinky, though, a little bit of assistance alongside their KO of choice, finding Ramsey at the other end. URG, 2 men down. It is the literal match point, series point scenario against them. And defensively, Nova have caught on to their rotate. Notice how you try to swing your Neon initially over to the B site, you get a couple picks, can kind of expect their move to A. Lots of noise, absence in the background. They're rotating back. With Nova keying in on this, they're going to slowly move forward, and it's not just slow motion puffer to do so. One over on drop, slow motion puffer up close. 2 kills, has to pull out a pistol and can't do it in time, and who else but Imster? As the last player remaining, she's pressured from both ends. One no longer on dish at the very least, but a nice flash around that corner by Cutie Pinky will easily net themselves the kill needed to secure Nova the 13-1 victory.
I mean, just seeing it again, I mean, Nova doing what they've done best, absolutely just dominating whoever they face. I mean, you look at the entire record, I mean, again and again, week after week, I mean, you look at it here, every now and then they get themselves a map that seems like to remind them, okay, we're not just absolutely rolling across anybody here inside this division, because you do see some 13-11s, some 13-9s, some, you know, actually that's about it. And that's the crazy thing that really dwindles down to is that, I mean, sure, they get it every now and then, but that's it. Every now and then. They never really get those adamant reminders to say, yo, we're not going to be able to beat, we can't go on and face anybody in Champions and just give them a run for their money kind of situation, which you will have Nationals at the end of the year to do that. But regardless, I mean, just against these teams in their own division, it is just outstanding what they're able to accomplish again and again and again at such a consistent rate. I mean, on a round-to-round basis, you're seeing everybody doing their job. You're seeing the roles actually attend to the responsibilities they need to do. And even in the meantime, sure, we're seeing some lackluster exchanges being made, but there's other utility there to replace that. Like I said, keying all those stars. You're usually using those on site to kind of get those lockdowns, but now you're saying, okay, we get a fast lane. If we just push off that, we know we're winning out the game at that point. It doesn't matter all that much.
Notice as well how their agent selection changed so heavily between map 1 and map 2, right? It diversified the role. You step Maddie away from the Fade, you put them on the Cypher instead. They still do plenty well on that role. Key going away from the Viper, going over to the Astra instead. Like you said, they did a wonderful job on that Astra, might I add. They diversified the agent selection, and they also changed up who was playing what kind of role, right? I think, to me, that spells a team that is multifaceted. That spells a team that no matter what map the opposition will pick, they have something there, a level of comfortability, which I think is especially key the lower the division go here in the NECC, that they can do it against the big dogs. Whether or not that can come true, like I said, there will be the stage to do so the National League season. I think time will tell. But they're going to rise up to 8-0. 7-0 active, as their Week 9 game has not actually gone down. That was a forfeit victory themselves since we've given it to them. But they are sitting top of the league. I can't think anything else. They have to be top dogs at this point. Dominant victories week after week. Just a wonderful standing for themselves. Dallas, they are by far the best team here, and I can only expect them next season to rise up another rank, another division, and see if they can do that same exact thing there. And if they can, well, they're going to rise up again, and it is going to be a stage of climbing just season after season, and that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, and I think they're completely capable of doing that. I mean, because once again, we mentioned already, I mean, this team is very young. The majority of them are freshmen. So, I mean, they have plenty of time to get that done. Even I think we've already seen that progression here within this team, because you look at the earlier games here in the season, they kind of had some on and offs. I wish we had that week 2 to kind of take a look at to see whether they were still kind of in that iffy area, because, I mean, I'm sure they're playing here over the course of the season. They probably already rose the ranks compared to where they were placed here initially, and they're probably surpassed that, considering that, I mean, they're undefeated, and they're, I mean, rolling over any opposition, sitting around kind of locking them out before they can get to double digits. So they'll have that opportunity, they'll have that time. I think they'll have themselves a very, very fun time around that Nationals to kind of show what they're made of. But we got a lot more games to go before we get there, because we got a lot more games, especially here tonight. We're not going to be on this broadcast. We're moving over to the B stream, but we got plenty more to go underway, because you can obviously see, I mean, you Winter Sports Silver, Trent Blue, NAU, SFU, I mean, you got it. You got other casters there for it. We have a whole plethora of squads here for the rest of the night.
Yeah, we may play a game of caster musical chairs, but at the very end of it, you at least started off strong on this stream with a very dominant victory for the Nova Nighthawks Violent. However, unfortunately, maybe for Grande, it is a good victory nonetheless for the opposition side. So before we jump on into that next game, we're going to take a break so we can get the new casters and new teams in and ready. We'll see you guys. Well, they'll see you guys when that one's ready to go underway.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NECC Highlighted. We have just completed week number 6 and teams are ramping up for the postseason. It's been an amazing week of play, so let's get right into it as we take a look at some of the highlights of this week.
These players even further back onto box on main. Players need to get in towards that, and look at the lineup, it's gone. They've missed it, they have to bust through the cosmic divide. It's all up towards the gardens, and it's a shooting crew, and it's already been halved. Time there for Saber to convert this. Dunwoody high.
Serendipity was interested in using this lockdown, might still go for it, but in a 1-on-2, it is an ambitious maneuver to say the least, but it will go down. Now, there's a decision to be made for the baddies. Do they fight or do they run? Looks like run is going to be the option.
And I think there's no utility to stop it. Rick got detained.
Oh no!
It could just be a stick bathtub. We'll be able to get there in time.
Yeah, Showstopper out, looking for something, shoots it into the back, able to find Zipper, immediately gets the kill onto 80, but Cribs, this is not going to be looking good for UMW. They have to try and contest the lockdown, but time is ticking down. I don't know that they're going to be able to do it before it gets detained. Never mind, Cribs at the last second.
Still might be Ohio State who gain a victory at the end of this. It's just a feast for Ohio State right now. Fisher, they just keep walking in the grinder. That is this defense. It's Cappy and Beezer, only Beezer, in the 1v5. It's very emblematic of the start of last map. Even though the sides are swapped, Beezer's just gonna chip a little bit away. It's just, even if you get the kill, it doesn't really mean anything.
But no, it's going to be shut down. There's still one more in the pocket if they can get it in properly. Great kill from DualShock. Wings, who are able to find their frag. There's a triple kill for DualShock as they'll be able to find them. All left up to Wings. Sprang over with that SMG-11. It's hard. You have to hit the head, but no, there's DualShock.
You have to wonder if that was the correct play. Dragon and 4K Ragnar are going to be popped, trying to jump onto Spaghetti, and he goes down, looking to finish off the team, and they're caught in the blender. Danny over the wall, the ace in the hole once again.
1-for-1 there for Fioris. Does make it feel a little bit better. Oh, BBZ.
Blue light just jumping. I think he lands the chains. He's got double chain. Now he lives. Wow.
Full knowledge
It's
of
too
this.
low. You have to finish it. Julian gets the kill. They're going to look first onto Fioris, but not going to find him yet. Total Fighting's going to pick up the kill first as Bar Pro Q goes down. Cameron will grab the kill onto Julian. As the exhaust going down on the blue light means not a lot of damage coming out, but it's a team fight domination.
Wow.
Shatter and both support ultimates coming in here. There's 250 on the clock. I mean, yeah, Reba gets behind him. Big bang.
A big source of the heals are down, and Shattered Axe does not have the sound barrier ready to go. They just now get it, but Gorgie with a 3K Molten Core.
They look for one of their own, trying to claim this defensive net as Lo-Fi turns away. Another touch here from Guess Who, Crazy Russian. He's going to find the second touch. He's going to put it under the defense. They went high. He goes low, 1-0.
Would rather play it to, yes, a relatively open area, but one a lot slower. And if you spend too much time thinking, you'll find yourselves removed from the pitch.
And you know what? You guys are now just joining us. You're seeing our newest format. It's best of 6 because we've got a whole extra Rocket League game. Looking for the winner. Ice Rice is able to sneak it in.
Of course, with all the awesome action, there were bound to be some slip-ups. Here are this week's misclicks and some funnier moments throughout this week's games.
There's a lot of throwables, flashbangs, frag grenades, all the like, and now Ito can honestly stim it. Why not? Got another one? Stim it. Yes!
Oh, he's...
Yeah, hit another one! Yes! The Doc buff! No damage done!
Oh my god, what is this, Apex Legends? Holy!
3 come out for 8 skills if they so choose. But look at the shield, it wasn't enough for a punch out! Oh my god! Risk Scuttler for the win! And with that, Week 6 comes to an end. It's been a phenomenal week of games, and I can't wait to see what Week 7 brings as well. Thank you so much for tuning in to the NECC Highlighted.
everyone, welcome back to some more NECC Valorant. I know you've been waiting such a long amount of time for some more Valorant, but don't worry, we've got another best of 3 coming at you. It's gonna be You Win Esports Silver versus Trent Excalibur Blue. By the way, sick name. The sicker name is, my name is Los, joined by the man, the myth, the brain of Valorant. It's Vincent.
Hey, Los, man, I'm prepared. I'm ready for some best of 3s, and you and I, we got 2 of them, so we're sticking around for a hot minute here. It should be pretty interesting, especially as, listen, both these teams, couple wins, couple losses. I think it might be a little bit closer than some of them have experienced in the past few weeks.
Yeah, I would say that these teams are definitely, when we're looking at the grand scheme of this division here in Emergence, they're on the struggling side. Not exactly able to make it to the very tippy top, but hey, you know, week 7, still opportunities to try and make yourself a little bit stronger within this little area here. I mean, I'm talking specifically that we have Trent Excalibur Blue running on that 2-4. They are not having the best time, but hey, it's time to turn things around, right, Vincent?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if there's a time to turn it around, it's right this moment. I mean, realistically. Let's take a look at the rosters, though, because well, we can't get into things without talking about it. It is, for the Windsor side of things, Lauren, Boop, Roses are red, Tinshi, and Pinkish coming in. And then for the flip side of that, talking about the Trent University side of things, the was it Excalibur?
Excalibur, yeah.
Excalibur Blue.
Sweet
yeah,
name.
that really is pretty sick. Jammin', a little Rena, a Celtic, House, and Ollie gonna be closing things out for them.
All right, a nice squad that we got going on here. I mean, nice logo at least. Hopefully that their gameplay can transfer into just the prowess that we're seeing via graphic design. But why don't we take a look at what the maps are going to be for this series? And I think we're all going to be pleasantly surprised with the most basic situation here of Ascent, Split, and Icebox. You're a big Icebox fan, right?
You know, you really do just troll me. I love Icebox. It's actually the God's gift to Valorant is really the way I describe it.
Thank you, Ryan.
That being said, Split is pretty interesting. We don't see a lot of Split. We do see a lot of Ascent and Icebox. And I'm excited to see a bit more Split as well. I think this has become, you know, we're at a point where you can't ban all the hard maps. So we're seeing a lot. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, look, Fractured Lotus first ban, Pearl's in there too. Like, there's a lot of maps that are pretty difficult. So the fact that we're seeing a little bit more Split is a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, you know, I've always been a Split fan, but hey, we'll get to that in just a second. We gotta talk about Ascent. Quick question: who in the collegiate scene or in Valorant hasn't played Ascent?
I'm doing some calculations, and it's coming back 0 for me.
Absolutely nobody. Yeah,
I don't think anybody's dodged that one. What is going to be interesting is, are we going to see the strat? If you know Los and I, you know what the strat is. It's mid to B. Every time on the pistol. It's every time on the pistol mid to B.
It's almost like a requirement. If you get a scholarship to play Valorant, you have to sign the contract and say, yes, on Ascent, pistol round, we will do mid to B on attack. That is how common. We're looking at like an 85% usage of this strat. And what will be fun is if we're completely wrong in this coming round, but just be aware. This happens a lot.
There's a 15% that it doesn't happen. Okay, you've built it. I love how you built it like a backup plan for me right there. It's great. I said 100. You're like 85. It's back down.
You know, a little bit of fear in my mind. You know, there's.
You're helping me out. You're supporting me when I get too far outside of the norm.
You know, we're here in the Navigators. Maybe they could navigate a different path. I don't know what the case may be. I'm really believing in just what the data that we haven't written down, but we have it in our brains is going to tell us, and it just is. It's instincts, right? It's meant to be. It's meant to be.
Ooh, it is indeed meant to be. You know what's interesting for this Trent Excalibur roster? They struggled in the early stages of this season. They were starting out 0-4. Since then, they've got 2 wins under their belt, and in fact, a really dominant win this past week as well against Rio Grande Academy. And so, for me, I think that suggests a bit of an upswing for Trent. I'm liking what I'm seeing. Both of these teams, though, have played the bottom 2 teams in the division these last couple of weeks. And so this is a serious fight for one of those last potential spots towards the top of the division.
And that's what's funny, because both of these squads faced Ottawa Red and Rio Grande. Both came out on top. Those are the only victories that we have here for Trent Excalibur and University of Windsor. They have only been able to defeat similar and, I would say, weaker opponents, but this is an opportunity to, as you say, separate yourself from the pack and perhaps gain an extra leg. Put yourself maybe in that 5th or 6th place position just to supremely distance yourself from the bottom.
Yeah, and it's actually pretty serious for playoffs. Both of these teams certainly going to be making towards the playoffs, but it's about seeding. And well, right now, Windsor is number 4. A loss tonight would knock them down pretty significantly. And on the Trent side of things, a 5th win, that's up till top 2, 3. We're talking pretty consistent amount on the cards here for this game and what it's worth to these teams.
Now we're having just a bit of a tech issue to delay us from getting in this game. We know the folks who waited 90 minutes in between these matches. You're going to have a good time waiting a little bit more. We know the patience has got to be honed to the highest levels of, I would say, a monk, perhaps. You can wait a little bit more.
They've had a lot of practice, It is hopefully going to be getting started here in a moment. Maybe we had a crash. Maybe we didn't. I don't know. Somebody's got a potato of a PC. That's all I know.
Well, I think we could spot out the culprit. I think we could.
I wasn't naming names, Los.
I didn't say anything. I'm just saying we might be able to figure out who it was in terms of who has not moved from spawn.
Bulby, our observer, is certainly giving us some ideas.
I mean, we can't say because the name isn't there. I don't know. It's who is it? I couldn't tell you.
I don't know. Yeah, it's just a mystery. You know what I'm really noticing here, though, that is sort of interesting, is that we're working a double duelist comp, actually. Not something we see a ton of anymore, especially not on Ascent. So, for Windsor, I think that's going to be kind of interesting, especially with the Reyna. A lot of pressure on that Reyna to perform, typically, if you're going to be playing on it.
And that's the focus, I would imagine, is on the Leers. Using those Leers to potentially retake site, get into a forward position, maybe looking on a main or B main by getting those first takes. I think it'll pay dividends on the attacking side because you only have one flash or blind on Excalibur, and that's going to be the paranoia from Omen. So having the additional 2 near sights is... I want to see if that's going to be a big factor. I'm not sure if that'll be the major change, but it's a decent departure in between these 2 compositions. The only constant is that Killjoy and the Omen.
Yeah. What I think is also interesting is is maybe not so much like saying the Fade, because Fade's great, especially really synergistic with the Rays. We talk about the C's and the Nade pretty consistently, you and I. But what's interesting is the lack of a Sova, because we know how that goes. You have a lockdown, you use the Hunter Seer to counter that out, and vice versa. But that can't happen here. It's going to be Trent really available to take advantage of that lack of a Sova in order to use that lockdown effectively.
Big things to consider. It's going to be a big, I guess, weighing of the pros and cons when you want to bring in that combination. I'm curious to see, one, when we're actually going to get into this. No, I'm just capping. I'm just joshing. I'm just joshing.
It's for real. Listen, Los, everybody wants to know that. You think we wouldn't have gotten answers if we had answers? All right. Everybody wants the same thing here, Los. You see, our producer telling us no answers, just impatient. This guy, Los, you need to work on your patience. You need to work on, just like our viewers had to, man. Come on now.
You know, I you can't see me, but I'm doing a little bit of meditation right now.
Oh, proud of you. Good. This guy evolving on the spot. This is impressive. Literal evolution in the meantime. As apparently we're getting a PC reboot, and I'm gonna guess there's no SSD in that bad boy.
Can we get a PC check? Not because we think there's anything tampered with it. We just don't think it's good enough.
I just need to share. We just heard Spinny Boy in comms, and I appreciate that. Do you even know what that refers to, Los? I'm just curious. How's your PC knowledge?
My guess is here's the word association is hamster wheel as well as fidget spinner. Those are the things I'm thinking of. I have no idea if I'm even close. I would guess no. I would guess no.
Yeah, you're a little off on that one.
Walk me through it.
Yeah, listen, okay. I am an IT guy. I have to nerd out, so just give me a second. All right. So that actually refers to, a normal hard drive, right, is different from an SSD, and an SSD is faster. Well, that's because there's little disks inside the hard drive that spin around, and that's what holds the information. And so it takes longer for that to get spun up, so to speak.
I have learned. And, speaking of learning, collegiate esports, a thing that you could do while you're learning in the university.
Ooh, yeah.
And we just got to say, don't we love knowledge, Vincent?
I am a big knowledge fan. I am called the brain. I enjoy me a little bit of knowledge once in a while.
Yeah, fun fact for the folks at home, Vincent actually got that name because he absorbed the knowledge of many lesser casters, and any time that he casts with a co-duo that doesn't live up to his standard, he absorbs their brain, and they just kind of live inside of his brain. Soulless, but information, and that's how he's attained this level of analysis that you see here today.
Yeah, sometimes I have conversations with them. That's probably not healthy, but yeah, basically they're the voices in my head. But you've stood up to the very tall task, Los. I gotta say I'm impressed. I was only giving you I don't know, a year. You've made it.
Yeah, see, the thing is that people they step to you with knowledge already. I actually have a blank slate. And I just say what I see, and that's how I became a play-by-play.
But you're darn good at it, to be fair. Bulby's at that. If I'm the brain, are you Pinky? That's a great reference.
Well, one is a genius and the other's insane, so I think that's got to be a valid comparison. Me being an unhinged man of epic proportions. We don't know what I'm capable of. It could be some good things. It could be some not so savory things.
You're gonna have to tell me after the broadcast what those not so savory things are. I'm sure we'll just keep that one offline. But I'm curious. Also, this is the most detail I've ever gotten of is this a penguin? I don't actually know. Looks like a penguin-ish. Can we get a confirm, Los? Is that a penguin?
That seems to be a penguin. And you know what? I'll actually reveal here on stream one of my not so savory moments of me attempting genius. So this was a late night. I was visiting my old college town.
Was it a late night with Los?
I was a late night loner. I was walking back to my friend's apartment, and I thought it was taking way too long to walk. So I thought, how can I get to a location on foot that's a little bit faster than walking? Then in my head, I realized, running was an option. I run for about 20 feet, then trip on a rock, and then completely scraped up my knees and elbows.
Yo, that's rough. I genuinely thought that was going a different direction. To be fair, though, let me tell you where I thought it was going. I thought you were going to have the genius idea. You know those lime and bird scooters?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought that was the genius idea. that you were gonna hop on one of those, and then it was gonna be the same outcome, that you just like faceplant or something.
Yeah, no, it was just that I remembered running was a possibility.
Yeah, running is a thing. Listen, I can't say I do a lot of it, but I've heard it exists. That is a knife in the hands of this stuffed animal. What is happening? This is like Toy Story, but scary.
Well, you know what else is scary? A little bit more time hanging with us while we're vamping. So we're going to throw it to a quick break, folks. Don't go anywhere. NECC, Valorant, it's going to come back soon, TM. Oh, hey! Wow, we're back. It's time for some Valorant, and we have a sub. It's Era. And it has been a whole era that we have spent waiting for this match to start. But let's get things underway, shall we, Vincent?
Yeah, I'd say it's about that time. And, you know, remember all that, like, information I was talking about with regard to, like, the Sova and the counters and all that kind of stuff? Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's no more Sovas. It's actually going to be a Sky coming in, which, honestly, isn't a bad pick. Is a little bit non-traditional for Ascent. Typically, you'll see a KO over the Sky, but I'm down for some dogs.
Where my dogs at? They'd be in B main. Potentially. Paranoia, the first thing to send out. Just a dash onto the switch. But the run on Speedway, going to be absolutely terrible. There's a double paint shell coming through. Boot might be able to get more.
There it is. There's that dog we were talking about, unfortunately. Era's all alone in pain. Unfortunately, a missed shot will mean that Trent go by the wayside. And you know what? They had a 3-man stack on the B side. Everybody was there. That was like a fantastic call. And it still did not necessarily be, it wasn't necessarily necessary. Swoop just got them all.
That's what happens when you're just built different. Bulldog. That's what we like to see. Lauren making that commitment. So a nice fresh start for you, Windsor. But I'm curious to see, will there be anything purchased on the anti-eco? No, not a one. Just a little bit of utility.
Yeah, makes sense. By the way, since it's been like 8 years, I'll remind everybody, this is Windsor's map pick. So they do prefer themselves some Ascent. I will say Trent is in a bit of a tough spot trying to walk through this dark cover. Just taking the time, gonna hang out.
Turret's destroyed.
Pinkish is playing a wild, dangerous game. Finally, they will have a fight, but it's after Lauren comes through. She provides that support. Era, the last one out on the site proper, is going to allow Pinkish to get a 4K. 2 4Ks in a row. Everyone's feeling happy at Windsor.
Yeah, I mean, this is solid stuff. Note how Pinkish waits for the Paranoia to come through as well. Great work from her. Just being aware of that, calling for the utility. That's not stuff, I mean, especially in Navigators, that you see all the time. I think that is certainly to be impressed by, making sure to take that timing and picking up a few frags off the back of it. So, with that said, Trent University, they'll be headed into the first gun round. Bit of a direct play here. 3 towards the A main area, and 2 looking to get a positioning up cat. This dark cover will come in, but there's no one actually watching Tree Room right now, Los.
Well, now we got one. Just as you said, they heard you.
All right.
It's Tenchi. Tenchi's here. On the other side, it's Anish. Potentially a Paranoia to open things up. Oh! Anish saw, but didn't fully clear. Tenchi was going for one of the most, I would say, ambitious plays in a shrouded step after the Stinger kill. But regardless, the rifles win out, and they'll take the site. But might be a case of the timing of Boop. She will not be able to see that. Now it's just Rose Zerbed.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough timing there. The attempt for the retake. Might as well go for it. Have the Spectre in hand, and really aren't going to want to save this thing up. A nice hot lineup.
Oh! Does that spot? I don't think it did. Regardless, roses are red. There was a dink onto Era. Unfortunately, not enough. A very costly bonus round for Trent, losing 3 rifles in that engagement.
Yeah, indeed. That being said, you Windsor, they'll be walking into this next round with everything that they need. And despite how, you know, like you mentioned, a little bit more expensive, everything going to be there for Trent, with the exception of a bit of those shields. You can see Anish and Lil Lorena have to pull up on the half shields. Otherwise, it's all looking good. Excalibur making the moves, at least starting out strong. We're going to see a 4-1 split right now, with at least traditionally a lurk set up towards the B site. You're typically going to have your KJ as your lurk.
Ooh, nice kill from Pickish. Good opener there in tree. Up in mid. Little arena. Not going to find much of anything. The alarm bot there to give away the position, but there won't be any further commitment. 3 here on A main. And the alarm bot kind of being sent on mid. It's going to make it a bit easier to walk into the site. Nano Swarm in an untraditional location, or maybe just going for a wide berth. No one will make any strong commitments, strong plays to stop this execute.
Yeah, that Paranoia denied some timing, but ultimately I think I would have liked to see that saved for the retake. Now, though, Windsor in a great situation, and Lauren wins that fight despite the Lear not actually being in perfect position.
Ali breaking the hump before it can do anything. Era in a sticky situation, might be taken out by the paint shells, but it comes down to Ali being able to take down 2. Unfortunately, Era has to walk through the dark cover. We'll remove 1 before they remove themselves. And the retake will win out as Windsor take the 4th round. And they've got quite a bit of tools walking into this next.
Yeah, they do. Beyond that as well, there's that replay for Lauren, but good trades, right? This is a 5-on-3 retake initially. 2 players survive. That means that everybody did their job, right? Got a kill, traded it out. Got a kill, traded it out, etc., etc. So solid stuff from Windsor. They're starting to look like a very strong team here on Ascent. Unfortunately for Trent, it's another bit of a reset on their economy. They have to go for a half investment, but they do have the Bladestorm in support, so it's not all bad. Got something to work with as a whole hailstorm of bullets make their way through that wall. No damage done, though, from that point on. And Trent actually also have a res available, so having that early on could certainly be a good look for them and help them win a round like this where they've invested, a little bit of cash but aren't fully invested.
Flash out from Market. Lauren, she can't hit anything.
Down B.
Damage done, but not necessarily meaningful. Boop, she's on stairs. Has to make a look. Maybe someone will just walk right into her spray, and that's going to be fantastic. Takes down 3. Roses are red, fighting to survive, but it doesn't even matter if they find the kill because help is on the way. The run and gun from the Ares. Airing out this B site.
Fantastic work. I mean, this is brilliant. Boop has delivered every time this B site has been aggressed upon. And Windsor once again coming away victorious. I mean, that's the expected outcome, but still. Good to see them consistently delivering now. It'll be a little arena on a Spectre, but everybody else having the full weaponry. Not sure why the Spectre needed to come out here with 2200 in the pocket, but maybe just a preference? Who knows? And we've seen this a lot, Los. This mid-A split, this has been sort of the bread and butter of Trent. They've been trying to make it work, and it's had some limited success, but it has just been limited. And that's the problem.
Yeah, speaking to that, Spectre, you gotta respect the spec. Pinkish, 1 for 1. Anish, sticking around, but it's not going to look too solid if they didn't have that dark cover there. I don't believe there will be a push, but Lauren seems that she wants it. I wouldn't be surprised if a Lear comes out and she takes that fight, but it won't be the case as they've made their way onto A site. Secured the plant, the door closed as well, but there will be a bit of an issue in this little arena moving up through mid. No one has spotted her as the alarm bot. It's not in range, or at least it's not even activated, so it doesn't matter. Tenshi has to put in work from the top rope to get things started.
Showstopper making a little bit of an easy work from this. Anish left alone and gets seized as well. Last player standing here is going to be Arena, but couldn't quite do enough damage to find that fight. I think Roses are red, just going to stick this, and, well, the stick wasn't even necessary as Lauren cleans things up. Another round, Los, for Windsor, and another round where there was some opportunities for Trent, but they didn't ever come to fruition. And it all starting with this shot from Pinkish, despite it being traded. Some fantastic work, and I would have liked to see some of these ultimates used a little bit earlier on. For example, Ollie could have pulled out a res there, if I'm not mistaken.
Might have been the case, but, you know, the retake was so forceful, so swift from Windsor, that even if a resurrection was able to come and play, I don't know if there would have even been enough time for the resurrected player to be able to gain their bearings, secure themselves, ground themselves, and find a position. It would have simply been another kill in succession to that retake. But, you know, they still have opportunities to make it happen. They still have those cabbages. They still have that resurrection still in the back pocket to mount a successful attack. It's just the question of how do they bring this all together. Little Rena's flank, it was a good look. It was a good idea, but unfortunately with the tools they had, a Spectre to make it work out, you know, too little firepower and too late on the swing.
Yeah, I mean, you said respect the spec. I do, but unfortunately, in that situation, just not quite enough to find that kill. Also tough because, I mean, I think it was only like an elbow showing as well, which, you know, I'm not so great at shooting just elbows. I'm more of a headshot gamer myself.
Do you land those?
No, I don't. But
okay.
I like to think of myself that way.
Okay, yeah. You know, have that manifestation. You know, manifest the headshots, right?
There's no NFL player who thinks that they're gonna lose a game. I think of it the same way. I can't be a pro player if I think I'm gonna lose the game. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that's valid. That is it's facts actually.
With an X? F-A-X? Facts?
F-A-X-C-T-S.
Ah, the little-known spelling. I'm going to head into this one. Paranoia will allow some space for Trent to get back to this tree room. They really love this area, Los.
Oh my god, they love it, but it is not reciprocated. Lauren taken down two as Pinkish softened him up for... What a beautiful duo to give them their 6th round. It seemed that there was no chance in that engagement.
There's definitely some song lyrics here, but I'll leave those out. What I will say is, indeed, yeah, the love not reciprocated in that mid to A split type of situation, just frag after frag. And Lauren, I mentioned way back before our break that, you know, if you're going to play the Reyna, you really have to deliver. And Lauren, she's doing that beautifully right now. 6-1 at this point. I mean, jeez. Oh, they're going back to this well, Loaf.
No, this can't be. Now it's actually a good placement of the Nano Swarm. Era will have to weigh in on Ash. Dies out to the Nanos. How could this be?
There.
It was foreseen, but still they made that commitment. Telegraph. Well, they will have to attack Jammin with the Stinger. Takes down one, but Pinkish is back in action. No, Lil Rena. No, they can't make the commitment on the lockdown. They've got nothing to defend it with. An alarm bot, but no nanos. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll be honest. At this point, the scoreline suggests that they got to make a play. So from that perspective, Lil Rena, I'm like, all right, fair enough, you know? On the other side of that, probably not an ideal timing, if we're being fair. Regardless of how you come down on that issue, Los, it's Windsor that are showing out, that are showing up and really doing a fantastic job of putting Trent on notice. They're doing a great job of this, and once again showing that, you know, this Windsor team, 2 wins in a row, they're on a bit of a run here late into the season.
I'm certainly digging this team. Proving some great looks. Oh, is anyone... Oh, all 4 of them were spotted. Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's what we in the biz call a frustrating start to a round. Gotta kind of claw back positioning, and oh boy, we're looking for more information. That's 3 players spotted out by Tinchi on the front in the shadows. Jeez. That's a lot of info confirmed twice over. About 20, 30 seconds between those two bits as well. And they're still going to go B. Los, they're committed.
That's a mind game right there, Vincent. That is certainly a mind game. Is it a successful one? I don't know. I don't know. We got a crossfire. Expected to be beautiful. Starts off with roses are red. What was that from Speedway? It wasn't even the crossfire. Did they even realize Boop was here? No, certainly not. Now Lauren making a commitment to this side by the switch. No one can even leave the dark cover. Lauren's going to be such a bold player and actually go in the smoke and takes down 2. No one realizing that Anish is on the left side, but Pinkish will dish out the final blow to Anish.
Los, I want to point something out that you may have missed there live. Yes. There was another haunt that came from Roses Are Red right before the hit came in and caught 3 more players right outside of B main.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that was, it just wasn't. Trent just couldn't get away from those haunts. They were having nightmares. We'll just say that. It was spooky times. It's not October, but it might as well have been here on Ascent. Lauren and Pinkish both at 13 frags. The 2 of them are doing some fantastic work. Boop not far behind. It's Windsor dominating on their own map pick.
There. Look into mid.
There.
Beyond that dark cover, I think they've exposed themselves. And it comes down to Lauren just being so good. Tapping heads, removing ends. Oh my god, Anish with the wall bang. Done for, and I'm certain that Lauren's gonna go for more.
Of course. There's only more to go for, especially when you have the Empress, to be fair. Want to make sure to take advantage of that. Already about halfway used, though. They hear them coming, but they can't do anything about it. Finally, jamming will stop the bleeding.
The Roses Are Red is here as well. Tailwind committed. And Roses Are Red realizes, okay, I don't need to commit on this because we still have the other side of the tree. We have Garden. We're watching our own backs. And
30 seconds
Trailblazer's good. Jammin plays off of it, and they can do a bit of regrowth. So Jammin's okay. But they want to make that full commitment. And unfortunately, there's too many angles to check in this moment. And Boop locks it up from spawn.
Boop, bang, bop. That's exactly what I see when Boop just takes that space. Right next to both Lauren and Pinkish now in the frag department in Windsor. 9-1. I know I keep repeating it, but it's so impressive. We're talking about, a couple of teams that on paper should be pretty close-ish. And right now, listen, understandable that this is Windsor's map pick, but as we mentioned in the outset, Los, everybody plays Ascent. Like, there's no, we're not an Ascent team, actually. You can't have that excuse.
Yeah, this is everyone's map. And some could view it simply as a safety pick, as not wanting to end up on an icebox, which is our decider, but regardless, it's going to be a plant here. I can't believe Lorena was allowed to destroy that nano swarm. Not even a piece of prevention sent out. But
well, maybe it's because they had that lockdown available. Windsor, they know they can just walk back in for free.
Paint shell is utilized. I feel like some very awkward timing here. It's got to be a rush out from main, but no. It doesn't even matter.
Last round
It is such supreme skill coming out from Yuwin, and specifically Lauren. She can't be stopped.
Yeah. Also, Roses Are Red. Great use of the Nightfall there. That was... Everybody caught in it. Obviously, they knew that Pinkish's lockdown had forced those players into that spot, and everybody but Anish was in that position. Blind can't hear, can't see. It's gotta suck to be in that spot if you're Trent. Oh, another early haunt. This one, I don't think actually going as far or as deep as it was planned, but still effective enough. Jammin', what an opener.
Spike
Good stuff for them. Roses are red. Also put some damage in, and the paint shell stop the attempt onto B. Moves the player on Speedway, as well as stops the assault out from main. Jamin has to recover that. Might even take it back once they can secure that spike. It'll be a run, but have to run across the entire map here. And Tenshi, she'll be waiting if she takes a peek on mid.
A little late for that dark cover towards tile, but we are seeing a rotation, and all of the utility from the KJ still set up here. But a bit of an off plant, not on default, it's on double. Jamming. They've been forced to adjust because of all of that KJ utility consistently. Now it's just a straight up 3-on-2. Trent with a chance to win here, but they're going to have to do some heroics.
Ooh, with the wide swing, leads to nothing, but Jammin just comes out with a triple spray down, a quad total for this round.
Switching sides.
And what a way to finish it. They desperately needed another piece to their puzzle. Unfortunately, it's still 10-2, but it's a better finish to the first half than it could have been.
I mean, it starts and ends with Jammin, that last round at least, to be fair. Picked up the opening pick, then closed the round. That triple spray down, that was probably some of the best mechanics we've seen on this entire map, despite how good Windsor's looked. Like, individual play-wise, that was probably number one.
Now here we are. Time for the pistol. And it seems that we are going to be proven wrong.
Yeah, no mid to B splits on this one, unfortunately. Very early wall out towards Cat, which is one of the plays. I don't really know if that's exactly standard, but it certainly has been effective at pushing Windsor away from a split and into a one-dimensional push towards the A site. They're gonna go through this dark cover. Well, looks like they're gonna hang back, maybe wait for some utility.
Waiting for the moment. Here comes the Roomba. Now followed up with all the utility that they have. Anish is spotted down in hell, but no one has removed them. They're still in play. Has to be cleared. Anish takes down another. And it's a 3v3. Jamming up top with the Sheriff. Gunned down by Roses are red. The site's been cleared. Last two are on Heaven for the retake. This is going to be a difficult one. Starts out with the Trailblazer.
Oh, Pinkish, that's some great post-plant utility. Did you see where those nanoswarms are? Even if these two players go down, this is going to be tough to retake for Trent.
They know someone's in hell. They use the guiding light to figure it out, but even so, the utility, the hunt to remove any doubt of where that player was, where Era was located. That just adds so much pressure. Three players, all different angles, holding you down, and there was no chance. Now it's going to be a timeout, and definitely a needed one for Trent here because they have only two more mistakes that they can make for the rest of this map.
I do want to mention, Trent, their timeout timings have been very good. Like, obviously, like you mentioned, pistol round, that was really important. Taking a timeout going into this next makes sense. And then they also took a time, I think it was 5-1 on the first half. Didn't mention it at the time, but a team that's definitely thinking about the ideas that they want to go into these next rounds with and trying to adjust, which is awesome to see. Unfortunately, it's just not been so effective.
Well, it's the last chance to make it count. This is Trent's opportunity, and unfortunately, things aren't going to start as well as they would like, considering that they are going to be on the lower buy. They have to force, or I mean, this is really their only chance of walking into this next round or any of the next rounds with victory, unless they can pull off the wildest thrifty of all time. Unfortunately, they're going to have light shields and some without any.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best situation, but you got to do what you got to do. It's almost a fair fight. Lots of players tagged up by that haunt.
Spike down.
Oh, nice start for Anish to take that first kill. And it's just a whole bunch of utility, a slew of it being sent into B main. Quick realization, this is not where they want to fight. Boop. peeks in mid, destroys the alarm bot, and now they run to A.
Oh, and that alarm bot destruction, I think, gonna give pause for some of these players. For Trent, thinking, wait, hold on, maybe they're trying to go up mid. Now they'll get the memo that this is actually more of an A hit. Boot required to get a couple more here in this position, I think.
Now can see that spot, though. Dark cover for the post plant. Door to be destroyed. And it's got to be a pinch. 2 heaven, 2 door. Walking through, Anish was leading the charge, but Tenshi out from the dark cover. She has a beautiful swing. Last player's up in heaven. They've been spotted from the haunt. Everyone knows where they are. They can take their turns swinging and peeking, and that'll be just the case they need. Map point secured for Windsor.
Match point.
Tenchi just playing peekaboo. And it's a deadly version of that game. Popping out of the dark cover saying, hey, howdy do ya. Take some bullets to the face. Few, in fact. Getting 2 kills there. Really confirming Trent had no chance. It's a second of these aggressive buys that Trent tried to put together in that last round. And last time they tried to stack towards B, it worked initially. The rotation, though, for Windsor, just a little bit too strong. Now, it's going to be a more flat approach with a default setup. 3 towards A, 2 towards B. And I think the wall went out there towards A. That's been destroyed.
The entrance into the dark cover. We've seen this play before. Send out the Roomba. Jamin was unable to confirm a kill, but now the idea is mixed up. The crosshairs were misplaced, but in the end, Rosar Red secures the frag, and they'll secure the site as well. All players up in heaven. C's not landing anything, but they don't have too much time to consider alternative options.
Oh, but the timing of this push could be perfect. Look at how far back these 3 players are playing.
Oh, 2 will jump right into Boop's crosshairs. Anish looking for anything they can hit with the vulnerability. Now they're done for. The Nano Swarm onto that exposed player is critical. Jamming, the last one alive. Dark cover dissipated. They're revealed. The trade from Pinkish seals the deal. 13-2 is the scoreline, and Windsor, they are looking fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of talked about on the outset. We were thinking, you know, maybe this will be a little bit different. Both of these teams on a 2-win streak. I mean, I couldn't have expected that. Windsor, they delivered in every sense of the word, and it was pretty much everybody there, but Lauren specifically and Boop as well, I feel like deserve a lot of the credit going through. I mean, Pinkish as well. That's what I'm saying. Like, it kind of felt like everybody was delivering, but those 3 especially were multi-fragging pretty much every round.
Yeah, there were some moments where Jimin on the opposing team was able to make something happen, but unfortunately, it wasn't a consistent effort that was being brought forth. Everybody on Windsor was having their own moments, and that's what you need. Everyone needs to pop off in their own right, and that's how you end up with a scoreline of 13-2.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, my. Well, I mean, just the first map today. We might have another opportunity for Trent to potentially bring this one back as we head to split in just a few moments, so don't go anywhere. NECC Valorant returns after this. Welcome back to NECC Valorant. It's week 7, and we're about to jump in our second map of Trent versus Windsor. And to talk about Ascent, to put it lightly, it was a beatdown. Simply a phenomenal performance from Windsor, but now we're going to jump onto Trent's map pick of Split. Are we thinking anything is going to be different here on map 2, Vincent?
You know, after a 13-2 like that, it's hard to imagine a case where it is different. That said, I have seen a 13-0 into like a 17-15. So it's always possible. And that was a collegiate match. So I think possibilities are there. That said, there's a couple of things that I noticed probably need to be changed a little bit. First of all, Trent, they were just not able to confirm trades. They need to be able to do that coming into the second map. And then number 2, on their offense, they were incredibly one-dimensional. They kept ramming their head into the wall despite the fact that it was a brick and it hurts a lot. I think we need to probably see something a little bit adjusted in that mindset. Or maybe that'll just work. I'm not 100%, but what I do know is that is not Split that I see and I'm being lied to.
Yeah, I actually called in a favor because I know that you love Icebox so much. We just throw the graphic on for fun.
Oh my goodness. You know, I really don't appreciate you calling in that favor. You know, I do love me some Icebox, but it's just not what I signed up for.
You know, that's what we call the bait and split.
You know, that's well played. I take it back. It's all I'm no longer angry. We are seeing an interesting adjustment here. Are we once again gonna see no
Viper?
Wait, yeah, I was just thinking no Viper.
Yeah, Viper is definitely one of the more meta picks right now in terms of controllers for Split, but I think just because it is meta, that doesn't mean a lot of these fresher teams in Collegiate are ready to make that switch over and are going back to comfort picks.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That's totally plausible. And you know me, that's something I do always tend to talk about when we are watching some of these collegiate games. If you're not like in Challengers Division or in Champion Division, meta is sort of like a suggestion, you know? There's what's the best on paper, and then there's whatever you want to play. That's kind of the way I see it. And you know what? I think maybe we're going to see a little bit of that here. I also noticed, I think we had a raise, which does make a lot of sense here. And we already saw some solid raise play, pardon me, on our last map as we look at a place that we won't go, Earl.
Love it. But hey, we're about to jump into the game. It's going to be an absolute blast pack because we've got Raze. I'm fun, and Boop is back on the Raze, and she's done an excellent job holding down B in the previous map. Now more focused on mid. You know, there's a lot of ways that you could manipulate that paint shell to simply being such a pain for your opponents.
You know, one thing that we didn't mention is there's been an adjustment. Era out, Celtic back in, was having those PC problems that caused them to have to leave. Now back and on the Reyna as well, and this is a play. 5 up mid. We're seeing 10 players in mid, Los.
Oh, and it's starting out nicely for Trent. Boop, the only one who can secure a kill. Oh my god, it's a triple kill with the paint shells. Ali has 1 HP. Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. Absurd. Might even be able to get a kill with the Trailblazer. Now, they've got information. If they just double swing, it doesn't even matter. Oh, Boop gets the ace. Oh my god.
That's outrageous. I'm checking the time right now. I'm checking the date. What are we, in 2020? Is this old race?
Spike down.
Next, I'm going to see like a 4K showstopper. What the hell? That's outrageous. And Boop with the ace. That was not going to be a Windsor round, by the way. Like, those trades were not in the favor of Windsor, and, well, Boop just decides, yeah, no, I'll hold my beer.
3 kills off the paint shells, and that's gotta be so frustrating for Trent. New map, fresh game, fresh faces, you know, fresh opportunity to get some rounds in. You start off so well, and then a triple kill off a boop has been so annoying. Just adds insult to injury.
Yeah, it really does have to kind of deflate the vibes in the call, you know. Hopefully those can be regathered. Trent spotting out at least one additional player. Boop, that was ambitious to say the least.
Respect it. Respect the attempt, but we call that an epic fail. That's from 2007.
The attempt, not the play. The play was crazy. The attempt, valid. Here's an adjustment here back towards the B side. With that kill towards mid, there's actually only one player here.
Wall up. Time to move. Lauren secures one kill on mid. And a second here on B. No, I was capping. They were all on B.
Yeah.
It was actually Tenchi who secured that mid kill.
Nice quad as well for Lauren. I mean, this is kind of how last map started. Wasn't it back-to-back 4Ks? I recall you saying that.
I think so. Back-to-back 4Ks, but this time it starts off with an ace. Tenchi's trolling. But now we're getting into a bonus. Double Bulldog, though, so still some rifles in the mix.
Now, this is, I think, relatively winnable, especially when you consider the shorter ranges that a lot of these fights can happen on this map especially. Those SMGs, not necessarily a big problem if you take your fights correctly. It's going to be quite quick, this attack towards the B site. Paranoia timed well.
It actually hits Tenchi as well. Or Rosa Red, excuse me. Lauren is here to attempt to save the day, but Pinkish and Lauren, they've been a dynamic duo, and they'll do it one more time. Ali survives that through a monstrous effort, now hit with the Prowler. Pinkish,
tough.
I'm not sure what happened. How did Ali not follow the Prowler?
Yeah, what happened is Ali thought that the Prowler went towards, like hit the wall and went towards, or we're not going to get to see it again, but thought that the player was behind the pillar and that the Prowler just hit the wall instead. Realistically, though, should have probably known, if we're being honest. Unfortunate, but them's the way the cookie crumbles sometime. And it will be a 3-0 lead here for Windsor. And once again, it's a strong start for Windsor, but this time, not only did they win the pistol, the anti-eco, but they also won the bonus. That was something that Trent was able to pick up last time out.
So now one of the 2 rounds that Trent was able to secure back on Ascent has been denied. An ill omen does not forebode well. Everyone taking a little bit of damage here on Trent, but they'll walk onto the site relatively unscathed and secure the plant. No deaths.
Those nano swarms, interestingly placed. I'd have to double check what damage was done. Anish might catch a timing here on the flank.
That could be absolutely mental. Lauren starting things off. Boop will add to the pressure now to full-on assault to this site. Lorena has to do whatever they can to just continue their efforts and buy time as Anish has arrived. Pistols out. Will the secure a kill? No. It was a desperate effort to prevent the defusal, but there could have been more time. But when the pressure's on, those quick snap decisions could lead to victory or unfortunate defeat.
Exactly, and, you know, props to Anish for a valiant attempt. It was right there. The chance was certainly available. Could have gotten that 3rd kill, but as you were sort of alluding to, the decision to go for the pistol, probably not the right one. Had the time to go for the reload and, well, give her the best shot. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out so well. You know, but if there's one positive thing to take away from that, actually 2 positive things, it's number 1, now Trent have a gun round coming in. That was an eco. And number 2, they've got like all their ultimates. They could do just about anything they want. This Cosmic Divide especially is going to be pretty powerful.
If that comes into play, I mean, if that's aligned, that would give a fantastic opportunity for the box player, but in the end, they'll rotate and walk right into the hands. Killjoy set up on a different look than the previous round. That seems to be a bit more effective. I don't know about you.
Certainly looks that way. Oh, but getting suppressed means no possibility to utilize that just yet. So Pinkish gonna have to use the rifle.
Oh, Pinkish actually gets 2. I wasn't sure if that was gonna happen. Jamin locks things down, but it took quite a toll on them just to get this situation started. Lauren, she's up in heaven. Has to know that Inish will be in this situation because it's already been done. Yeah, there's the look. Astral form in an exposed location. One screens, one into the back corner, and Celtic starts it off quite nicely. There's a 2-on-2, and Celtic is going for more. It all comes down to Tenchi, but the double swing, the 2 angles were simply too much to contest with.
Big delivery from Celtic there, making sure to take the time. That 3rd kill especially was critical. This was the opening of this round. A little bit of a rough spray there from Pinkish, but does their job well. And it all looks good right up until the point where Celtic just kind of goes easy mode. Pulls off the 3K on defense of the site. 4-1 is the score line. And you know, this is where the damage done in those previous rounds, I mentioned, only 2 players surviving before. It's caused an eco immediately for Windsor.
Lorena wants to be the entry, and they will. Nice placement of the slow field inside the nebula. Oh, this is going to be a massacre. Pinkish secures 1. Caught out. Just 2 kills on that eco, and could be worse. No plant secured, so not a lot of extra money being tossed into the hands of Trent.
You know, Tenchi thought it was old classic. Thought you could right-click from 15 meters away. Fortunately, that's no longer true. It's still busted. I stand by that.
There.
Still busted.
Yeah, I play on the old patch. I still actually have that access.
Can you let me in on the secret? Can I get that, or is it just exclusive for you?
You know, Vanguard will actually have something to say about that.
Yeah, that's probably fair. Trailblazer gonna catch a player, and we sort of turned the tides now a little bit. Trent had the ultimate advantage. Now it's Windsor that do. And they're in a similar situation. Lockdown could really stop a push, or could be interesting. And I love how aggressive Windsor have been with these from the shadows. You know, a lot of teams will sit on that for a long time, try to get fancy with it, but Windsor is just immediately willing to use it for information.
And there's that commitment, you know, the decision to use those ultimates. Lorena having a moment right now, securing the site, essentially single-handedly. Huge for Tenchi if she can land 2. Doesn't catch out of the peripheral that Jammin is here, but you got that relayed information to the rest of the team, but it doesn't matter. Jammin certainly displaying a come-up in these past few rounds.
No doubt. Now it's a 2v4 retake required, and honestly, if it weren't for the fact that they were so committed in screens, I'd like to see Windsor save, maybe.
That would be probably the right call here. Clearing out Heaven, get some exit frags, and they'll do just that. Taking 2, minimizing the money and the firepower going into round number 8. Well, they'll take it. Trent, this is a new team. Beating their previous record, they've secured 3 rounds, and they've done it in style and in a row.
Yeah, that is two sort of points of contention in that last map, obviously, with just a couple of rounds going their way. Though, I want to give Windsor some props as well. Great decision here to save. There's teams that are, like, ranked way higher that would absolutely not take that decision. And so, I don't know who's doing the in-game leading, who's calling that for Windsor. But I'm loving that. I'm loving that they're willing to take that decision and just kind of say, you know what, we could get a pretty decent buy into the next round if we just save these guns.
Time for a maneuver. Lil Reyna, you know, playing as this age, not who you'd expect to be the entry fragger, but that's just what they're doing. Complete concession of the A site, but we've got a few ultimates here for Windsor in an attempt to retake, specifically that lockdown.
It's a very fast building lockdown as well. Or excuse me, null command for the entry. And Celtic defending the site once again, and the Empress bomb thereafter.
Lil Reyna! Come on now! Their ability to survive, everyone's in this corner. That's going to be a big ticket issue. Tenchi has to clear this out, but with three players looking at the same angle, there's nothing you can do about it. Jamin wants some more, and Jamin will find just that. Roses are red, dropped into a 1v5, and they can't come out on top. It's just too great a task.
Trent bringing it back. Doing everything necessary, and a lot of investment in that last round for Windsor. It's too bad Showstopper didn't come out, or couldn't come out. Anyway, it was all those players in the corner. We really could see in like a quad kill Showstopper. Feels bad.
That would be a beautiful moment for us all.
Indeed. With that, it is just the Showstopper available on the Seco round for Windsor, and Trent Excalibur looking for the first potential lead that they would have this whole series. This, at least on the cards, should be a easier round. And they are, look at how passive they are, Los. They do not want to give anything away. They're so suspicious of this Showstopper.
They have every right to be. Their luck, not to say their luck, but their consistency. It's been so well performed. Oh, Pinkish had no clue what to do in that moment, and this is simply a phenomenal step up for Trent. I'm loving everything we're seeing from this team right now.
Yeah, they're just making this look quite simple. You asked if it was possible for them to bring it back, and I said, you never know. This is why you never know. It's hard to call. Gonna see an attempt to gather at least a couple more kills here, and at this point, it's important for Windsor to attempt that because, well, they can't let Trent's economy get out of hand. Particularly not on the attack side.
One enemy remaining.
Oh man. you gotta give props to Lauren for thugging that one out, but it's just an unfortunate one. Boop able to take down two and even bring a rifle into the next. I'll be happy about that, but even so, Trent's gonna take the lead for the first time in the series.
Some good stuff, that's for sure. And, you know, I will say, unfortunate for Pinkish, had no business being caught in that Nightfall. Was absolutely outside it. I want everybody to know. That was some BS right there. I'm just saying. I speak for the people, Los.
You know, I'm glad you're taking such a bold stance here.
So that's what I do. I only say controversial things. Like Split is a good map.
Well, I mean, there's nothing controversial about that. It's a good map. And a good play from Anish, taking down two on A site. I mean, A's free. I'm not sure why there's still a little shuffle up here on B Heaven. Okay, now the rotation will commence.
Yeah, that's a good decision. Trent gonna be walking into an entirely open A site. Windsor have not rotated enough time. And, you know, typically, Trent has shown anything. They've been very good at hanging on to this A side specifically.
Spike planted.
Windsor, with one chance here, they have an Empress. So at least there's chances for them to come back into this thing.
They will cover. Okay. Horn will pop it. It's Empress time. It's Morphin time. Unfortunately, the first leader doesn't give them what they need. Lauren has to start things off. Lorena. Good kill from the screens. They have to work together. Ollie, first kill. Can the second one come through? Yes! Lauren, after 5 rounds in a row, is able to pull off a 3K to equalize it 5-5. But Trent, they put Windsor on watch. They have to step up in a huge way to combat this streak.
Yeah, they're on notice at this point. This is a huge turnaround from what we saw in map number 1. Great shot there by Lauren. That second one especially was really impressive, but the overheal as well, making the big difference. We've been seeing some good plays from the Reynas. Celtic, you know, on paper, just 6 and 8, but I feel like has had some very high impact moments. And when you especially consider the fact that Celtic was the one out in map number 1 and has had some of that high impact, you know, maybe that's a big portion of this difference.
It's Lauren. At the front of it, Paranoia sent right into Garage. Slows the assault, stuck inside of that dark cover. Here comes Lauren. With the attempt, taking down 2. Able to dismiss away. Maybe another to follow. Showstopper and Tenshi relieve the tension. As Anish, that lurker, won't be able to lurk for much longer. Good kill for them, and they'll be able to escape. I mean, they've got to commit. They've got to just try it out. They've got money.
It's quite interesting having your Astra player as a lurker, generally speaking. Not something you see every day. Not that it's a problem, just can be a little difficult if your smokes are entirely separated from the rest of the team. Either way.
1 enemy remaining.
Point being that this is sort of Trent just kind of doing their own thing, which I'm a fan of. It certainly worked for them here on Split. So we see a timeout being called. Trent making sure to utilize things. And I think that's another thing that I like about this Trent team is that they've consistently been using these timeouts. It feels like they're getting value out of them. Not that Windsor needed it in map number 1, but notice, I mean, losing, what, 4 rounds in a row, 5 rounds in a row? Didn't call a timeout, did Windsor?
No, I don't think they feel like they need it. Despite that being a 5-round run, it was always just great clutches from Trent, great post plans, and it took a little bit for Windsor to get their bearings, but now that they've been able to return, pick up 2 rounds for themselves, I feel that their confidence is back. They were just shaken a little bit, but hey, we're not sure. Maybe we'll see a timeout come through soon. But going back to a point that was made about a year ago about the lurking Astra, I think it does have a small bit of merit, considering you could place your stars. That is a controller who could drop their smokes at a great range, so as long as you get the stars down and you don't die, could be useful.
No, I'm not opposed to it. It is just a little bit abnormal, so only reason I even pointed it out. But you're right, 100%, always viable, and we'll see here in the final round of this half what Trent have on offer. So have that res. I don't think they've used it. Have they?
Oh, great info off that. And no, I don't know when that has been a viable option. And what's crazy is that Lil Reno, the medic, the one with the res, is always at the front. They're the tip of the spear. So if anyone dies first, it's gonna be them anyway.
That has been true, which, you know, Lil Rena has been doing a good job of it, so I wouldn't say change it. But it does beg the question, why on the Sage, if that's the case? Sort of a necessity sometimes here on the map Split. Oh, boop. They have no idea.
I can't believe they even got one. Roses are red. Bringing in a trade. Isolating the fights, or at least attempting to do so. But jamming. Will jam on. They secure the site. Put in such an annoying location to defuse, but Pinkish alleviates that annoyance. Double Lear to get back into sight. Both players are beyond the screens, holding it down. Paranoia should be able to open up some moments. But Ollie and Jammin', they hold it down. Jammin' again. A 4K for the KO. This is such a phenomenal performance by this initiator.
And the adjustments from map number 1 to map number 2, we saw some of the ideas of this from Jammin, especially in map 1. And for now, to see it come to fruition in a tied scoreline. Remember, this is still a defensive-sided map. Not by the hugest of margins, but I'd say Trent, A-okay on the attack side, getting 6 rounds, especially. And, you know, if I'm being really honest about it, Los, they kind of didn't even deserve the 6 rounds, did Windsor. They got a little bit lucky with that pistol. I mean, you know, credit to Boop, but those 3 kills with the paint shells, they don't happen every time.
Ooh, nice direct hit right onto Anish. We'll overheat on that entry with the guiding light, but everything seems to be okay. Anish still surviving. Completely scot-free. They haven't been cleared. Secures 1 onto Roses are red, and they are still alive. What is happening? How is Anish allowed to be free? Might even get a second on Boop.
Ooh, he's gonna go down. Looking good for Windsor. Especially the amount of times that this A side has been exposed, but maybe not. This might not be over, Los. It's a 2-on-2. And the HP low for one of these Windsor players as well.
But, I mean, the main factor here is time. Time is ticking.
Last player standing.
And it really is going to come up to Pinkish securing 1. Tenchi simply has to survive. Remove time away from the clock. And, of course, Celtic's going to win out that fight. But at the end of the day, it only matters if you defuse the spike. Beautiful stuff from Celtic. Unfortunately, Trent just a little too late when it comes to that retake. But honestly, it shouldn't have been possible in the first place, Vincent.
That's now 4 pistol round wins for Windsor, by the way, on the series. So if they win this map, I think you could say that pistol round's a significant portion of the victory here. Of course, that all is dependent on how things go moving forward. Pretty solid bind, a little bit aggressive to be honest as well, with the Bulldogs, but I'm not opposed whatsoever. I actually like it when teams do this. Just got to be careful keeping these players healthy enough to keep those weapons into the next round.
Nice opener for Lauren. Boop is about to go crazy with the paint shells. No, doesn't hit anything, but it's going to be the Boombot that gives them success. Celtic able to bring out a trade and a follow-up as well. Oh my god. If they could convert this into a Lear kill. No, it has to be a retreat from Lauren.
Still, it's a 3v3, and this is actually fantastic stuff from Trent thus far.
Beyond reveals the location with the classic shots. And it'll be a slaughter as well. Ollie up in the top rope, able to actually take one down with the Spectre. Didn't expect that one, but here we are. 1 HP to Dream? Certainly not.
And with that, a victory, but remember that conversation I literally just had, Los, about JP and these players alive? Well, 3 going down, not exactly that. So Windsor are going to be in a bit of trouble. They're gonna really be required to win this round if they want to continue this, especially with Tenchi down at 250 creds. That won't be ideal. Roses are red, sort of in a similar spot. Well, that could have been bad. Always like to see that as a possibility, and that is one of the reasons that despite this wall being so common, it can still be incredibly effective.
Boy, this is continuous moments of losing ground. Boop! Oh, buddy. Oh, no. She couldn't do that. This is the second time we've seen a blast pack play go horribly wrong.
Yeah, we have seen a couple of those, unfortunately. That one, I'll say less egregious. With that said, Trent, They have the better of this, potentially, with the man advantage, but that timing on the gravity well came in pretty darn quick. It isn't going to allow any sort of Windsor stall. They'll still be on the site. They'll still take that space. The Empress now available as well.
The battle for heaven has always been a bloodthirsty one, and Lorne will continue that. If they can even allow anyone to cross the threshold of the rafters, Pink is doing a fantastic job with the rest of the Windsor crew to defend simply from the TV position. And now it's going to be another timeout from Trent because now we are seeing some issues become present. That was the bonus round. That wasn't one that Windsor should have been able to take home.
Yeah, it definitely was one of those moments where Trent probably should have been able to pick it up, but it just falls by the wayside. And you got to credit a lot of that to this Windsor offense. They've done a good job of, whenever they get onto the site thus far, they've been good at finding trades. And I mentioned it got a bit more expensive than I would have preferred prior to this, but, you know, close it out, and that all goes away almost instantly. 9-6. As we'll see what the plan is here for Trent.
What can they do? Not a deep pool of ultimates here. The Empress is locked and loaded. It's ready. Celtic, not exactly in a monetary position to make it happen. Stinger, I mean, best case scenario, Stinger conversion into a rifle and the activation of the Empress. But the lineup here doesn't serve that situation. Complete opposite side of the map. It's going to be a full-on A hit.
And here we go. Time for Trent to potentially deliver here on the defense. The lockdown, though, well, that's actually a fantastic lockdown. Going to make it difficult for Trent to do as much damage as they would have hoped.
Whoa, Ollie doing some rope trickery. I really dig that. And they're able to escape. Here comes Roses Are Red. I think they've had a similar situation where they weren't able to take down both on the ropes. And this is a moment where Windsor oversteps their bounds and loses rifles upon rifles. Anish realizes they gotta be beyond the screens. And so now is it checked? This is not a favorable situation. Boom will continue to put that pressure on, but the combination of the Nova Pulse as well as the slow field makes everything an impossibility here for Windsor. And Trent are back just like that.
Los, that was an eco round. That was they should not have been able to do that, but they did. And it just feels like the delivery here for Trent. They're picking up the rounds when it's necessary, and you know, last opportunity for Windsor. They had enough cash flow to get the buy into this round, but that won't be true for another. So, despite losing 3 rounds in a row, Trent just a couple from basically resetting Windsor and being right back in it from just a scoreline perspective. 9-7 now, but things can change fast, and I'm looking at that as a possibility. Particularly when Windsor, they used all those ults last round, and they got nothing out of them.
Yeah, that is a painful moment. However, in a moment's notice, 3 players have died here for Trent. This is the perfect time for them to earn double digits. Nobody left on A. And it's going to be a question. Do Trent even contest this, or do they save?
I mean, I'd love to see a save call, but it's hard to find this late into a game. And you do have the Empress. I mean, I guess you could argue that.
One enemy
I think that might be the call now. Unfortunately, Lauren removes Celtic from play. Jammin now isolated. 1v3. And the clock is ticking. The spike is counting down. And no one is exposing themselves to a fight. The second they do, Jammin's going to be in a clear outnumbered game. And Windsor comes back, losing only 1 round so far.
No, there's one thing that I say often when we are together, my friend, and that is win a round, lose a round. That's just never good when it comes to the game of Valorant. You're in a rough spot if that's the case, and it's even weirder because of how uneven the money is. Look at you have an op on Jammin, and then a stinger on Celtic with light shields. It's rough out here for the trend side of things, but I don't even disagree with this buy. You can get 3 rifles, you gotta go for it.
I'm just thinking, when you go to the club with your broke friend.
You don't have to put me on blast like that, Los.
Oh, don't worry. I'm bringing a stinger too, and I'm pre-gaming. All right, let's go. It's mid-time with Boop. Have that Lear out. They've got the showstopper, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's brought out just to add that extra oomph. But I don't think it's necessary because Lauren is here, and Lauren is on a tear. 3 have shown their face, and 3 have fallen. Celtic just hit with everything in the book at that moment. The cabbages, the guns. The pain of a defeat, that is what they're dealing with. And it's a quick realization, Jam is not even going to try.
No, I mean, it's 1v5, Los. It's just not it. And you have an op, too, so gotta keep that in hand. I actually don't think it's a bad idea if Windsor were to, like, hunt for this kill, but they're not. I don't think they're going to. Or at least they probably shouldn't. Either way, a solid resurgence for Windsor. That's sort of the mindset. And Trent picking up a round and then instantly get beaten back into submission, it's got to feel bad, doesn't it? They win an eco, and they're not able to manufacture any sort of momentum off the back of that. It's tough out here.
A big, painful moment. And considering there's such little wiggle room, I'm trying to be able to take a hit like that. And now they still have just these bare bones buys. A Sheriff, a Vandal, who even knows what we're going to see in terms of how this is going to impact the round. Because this is potentially their last full buy.
Yeah, I mean, and even then, it's sort of maybe a half full buy. If we're using the water analogy, like, this is not the greatest. Yeah, you have the op. There's 1 additional rifle to work with there, but then it's 3 SMGs. And whilst, like I mentioned, I think earlier in this map, SMGs on split isn't the worst thing. This is a map where you can just buy a judge every round and still be viable. It's also not ideal.
Slow look back here on Han. Starts off with the dark cover. We've got Celtic on the boxes with the stinger. If anyone gets close to them, maybe it's an opportunity for them to find a quickie and then retreat, but it won't be the case. Pinkish activating that lockdown and activating themselves. They'll walk right onto site.
Spike planted.
Yeah, the lockdown making a lot of space, and oof, that's some rough timing. Reyna can't do anything about it either, and Trent just have 2 members alive for this retake.
Both coming from screens, and oh, they're about to walk into the Nanos. The knows! Oh, no. Ollie's got nowhere to go. Running back inside the dark cover will do you no favors. You must fight. You must contest, because Roses Are Red is here as well. It's a flawless to walk into map and series point. And Trent, they are looking much worse for wear. There's still some weapons in their bank, in their vault for this final round, and even 4 ultimates to do so.
I gotta mention that Windsor is now just allowed a single round on their offense. That's incredible stuff, especially for how close it was. 6-6 at the half. Trent were doing some good work on their own attack side, but it's just not been enough. That said, they do have 4 ultimates this round. So, if there's a time, it would be now. Pull those out and bring this back.
Where those paint shells go? That is going to be a critical question. Oh my god, the second that the dark cover dissipates, Celtic's gone. Head ripped off. How is the Little Rainer not able to get the kill? Finally they do. Jamming the next line of defense, but when you've got so many players rushing up, you have to concede some space, but there's a flank. Jamming the last one on the site. Now the final two pieces of the puzzle. The only hope, the last bastion. It's Ali.
Spike planted.
Anish. What can they bring to the table?
Gonna have to give it their best shot in the old college try here. With Vinci taking Anish out, it's just about over. 13-7 the final score in Los. That'll do it. That will be a 2-0 victory for Windsor. I mean, a much better showing for Trent on map 2 at least.
Yeah, no, you have to give them props for that one. Really putting this game into contention. There was an opportunity, there was a moment where I thought Trent had the right stuff to be able to walk out and potentially bring us to a map 3. Unfortunately, when we stepped into that second half, it was a complete 180, and they weren't able to keep that momentum when they got to the defensive half. Unfortunate, but you know, it's a much better story than if it continued the same way that Ascent went. And for that, you gotta give them props. But at the end of the day, it is going to be when they did a phenomenal job. Though there were some hiccups back on Split, once they got into the groove, it was Windsor all day.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, that is the conversation point. And even beyond that, I mean, we were talking about 3 individuals kind of that led the way over on map number 1, and that was Pinkish, Lauren, and Boop. Lauren and Boop continuing that. Lauren at 28 frags over the course of that. She did phenomenal over the course of this series. Probably an MVP candidate if you ask me, but pretty much everybody kind of coming to play for Windsor by the time this thing got done and dusted.
Yeah, a beautiful performance by the entire squad, and they'll be walking out with their 5th victory here in this season. But that's just our first best of 3 here at NECC Valorant, or I guess our second. But mine and Vincent's first. We got another one coming at you in just a few, so stick around. NECC Valorant continues right after this. Hello and hey, welcome back to NECC Valorant. It is our final best of 3 of the night, and we've got some fun here in the Emergence Division. Whew. It's gonna be a battle. It's SFU Club Emerald versus NAU Junior Varsity. That's double the junior, Vincent. Wait, are you excited? Are you prepared?
Is it actually junior? Oh, it is. What?
They are. I'm not capping. I'm not capping.
I totally missed that. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's pretty dope. I guess double the junior means double the fun, something like that. I don't know. What I do know is that both of these teams on relatively even footing, both coming in. Well, Arizona coming in 3-4, and SFU at 3-3. I'm interested to see this SFUC team. I've been looking at their A and B team, and I've been impressed. So if that is anything to go by, I'm gonna be expecting greatness from these guys.
It's got to be the trickle-down economics of skill, probably. But let's take a look at the rosters and see if that actually holds up. We'll see who's pulling up in the server. Coming here from the double junior varsity, we've got Mig, Swaggy, Chidori, Redacted, and Amazing.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that for SFU, as we can take a look at what they have on offer. It's Suzu, Boof, Batty, Bum Smacker 2000, Latte, and Chief Jensen. Got some good names on there. I got a question for you, Los, though. Which one is the better, Boof, Batty, or Bum Smacker?
You know, boofing is efficient, but Bum Smacker 2000, that is a brand new model. I'm familiar with the Bum Smacker X, which was at the turn of the century, the 1000. But with the 2000, I think this has got to be the superior name. But overall, SFU Club Emerald coming in with some heat in just their names. I'm wondering if their skills, their gameplay is going to be as cool as they present themselves.
You know, I think that leads me to another question. Are you going to get the upgraded model? Are you going to invest in that Bum Smacker 2000 or no?
You know, I've just been going with the au natural Bum Smacker.
Ooh, okay.
Just I'm gonna finish it at that. I'm gonna finish it at that.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. Let's flip on over to the map pool as we've lost the sauce, but we've regained ourselves here. It's back to Split, which I'm excited about. I know you're excited about as well. And Lotus as well. Our second map, Ascent. Should we need it? Probably going to be required considering how close in the win-losses these two teams are. But you know what? I'm for once incredibly excited about a map pull.
Yeah, that's a big ask to get you excited about collegiate map picks, because normally we're going to see what SFU banned previously, that icebox, and that's a big trigger for Vincent. For the folks at home who don't know that, but hey, we're here. It's all good. We will be heading to Split for the first one. That's how we finished our last series, but I'm excited. I want to know what types of compositions we'll see. And, a big debate that we've been talking about is the necessity of a Viper. Yeah. In these lower collegiate divisions, teams aren't exactly ready for that just yet. I'm wondering if this here in Emergence will be the first look into that pick.
It's also fair as well, that we have been seeing a little bit less of the Viper, but it's sort of been like maybe a 60-40, at least from what I've noticed. And Los, are you seeing what I'm seeing? I'm seeing an actual dead agent alive. It's a zombie on the field. Is that a chamber?
Yeah, Omen's supposed to be the Phantom of a memory, but I mean, I'm getting some similar visions by the chamber pick. And chamber still can have value with that headhunter, but the cost to benefit is just simply out of whack, and it doesn't feel like a very strong pick. I think if you pick it a Sentinel, you're much better off just bringing the Sage or the Killjoy. I would even say a Cypher is a better pick than a Chamber here.
Oh, that's honestly huge coming from you. I know you're not a Cypher fanboy yourself, so.
Dude, I love him. He's just not as good as other Sentinels. That's it.
Agent.
I once heard you talk for 5 minutes straight about how trash can Cypher is, and you would never, ever be caught touching such a disgusting agent.
I mean, yeah, but why you gotta expose my pregame talk?
Sorry, what is a gecko? No way.
I'm rocking with it. I think Gecko has a great kit. I think it's such a fun kit to work with. But the issue here is this team going to be able to utilize that effectively? And we're talking about dead agents. We're currently on a dead map. Isn't that fun?
Oh my goodness. We just haven't been able to go to the actual map before, apparently. Just not allowed. Not allowed whatsoever. But yeah, I do agree with you that Gecko is actually really interesting, and I'm sort of on the thought process that Gecko actually might be like ultra mega busted in some ways because of the ability to be able to have your little guy, I forget what he's called, Wingman? Yeah, Wingman.
Wingman, yep.
Yeah, I got there eventually. To have him plant and defuse, like, that's incredible. In like a 1v1, the fact that you can go and apply the defuse and then take the fight without like sacrificing anything, that's kind of crazy.
And you know what? Gecko is just at such a strong point and so fresh. It's the idea that Gecko is not actually allowed in competition potentially until the 22nd. There will be some consultation of the rulebook, not by me, of course, because I'm too busy within the game talking about how good the agent that we can actually watch is. But I think this is going to be an interesting series regardless.
Yeah. To be fair, in other collegiate competitions, Gecko is allowed, so there's possibility that maybe it is. Who knows? We've gone from dead map to dead map. This is rest in peace, everyone, for the best map in the game being removed. Breeze.
You better say psych right now. Say psych right now.
No,
I'm not gonna allow that. I'm not gonna allow that to stand. That has to be challenged. No, it's not good. It's not fun to play on.
It is good though. It is. It was so different. Here's my quick 15-second spiel. Okay.
Here we go.
Listen, long range, it's tough. I get it, but it is absolutely one of the most unique maps, and it created so many interesting ideas. We wouldn't have had the KO meta evolve without Breeze.
Interesting point, counterpoint, I don't care. It turns out that Gecko cannot be played until the 22nd, so we're going to have to run that back a little bit. We're going to jump into Agent Select and, I suppose, reset the map here. But I guess that's good because, you know, I would have to look up what his abilities are called. Because the floating one, I would just call that Gooper, and then there's Floor Goop for Mosh Pit. And then there's Shark.
I honestly want to submit. I don't know. Is there like an official caster like collective where I can submit to? Let's just call it Shark for good.
I think if we just keep saying it, it'll catch on. People will start saying that as well. Because Cabbage, no, who is the starter for Cabbages? You know,
I don't know. That's a team comp, I think.
Well, maybe I'll just start saying that in ranked, and you know, it'll go up the chain. I've got a lot of pull, more than people know.
Hold on, I think it was a team com, but that makes no sense because Cabbages is 3 syllables and Seekers is only 2, which is the whole point. You want things to be as easy to say, so I might just have been making that up. But you know what? I do respect the pull you have, Los. You are a very critical member to the Valorant community.
You know, I think it comes down to, though, with the Cabbages, it's that the fact that it just looks like a cabbage, and you're going to say cabbage before you say Seekers, because if you say Seekers, I'm not really going to remember what that is. I honestly forgot that's what Sky's Ultimate was called, because I've been saying cabbages for months now.
That's why I'm here. I'm here to support you. You know? It's team effort here. As, you know, I'm looking at Pearl. We've been looking at Pearl so long. I thought for a moment we were going to Pearl. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, well, how about
this? Isn't
how about this one? Is this better?
Storm, can we get a swap up on this? Can we go back to the dead maps? I personally would like to veto. Yeah, there we go. I'm feeling much better. I'm actually.
Well, I want to veto this one. I want to go back to Icebox.
Listen, I'm living here. I'm on Breeze right now. I've just gone back home. You know? With that said, yeah, it's unfortunate that Gecko's not available. I was actually really excited to see it played for the first time. Because I haven't really played ranked. I've just watched some stuff. So the fact that I haven't seen anything, it was going to be exciting. Unfortunately, we have adjusted, though we are going to get an interesting conversation regardless. And that conversation is once again surrounding this chamber, because Chidori is now not the only chamber on this field. SFU has brought one in as well.
Yep, that's a big flag on the play. I gotta say, why is this happening? Why would this be done? Is it just off embarrassment from picking Gecko? I don't even know. It was Bumsmacker who was Gecko, and now they're on Sage. I don't even know what's happening.
I'll give it a guess, actually. I think that this chamber can make a lot of sense here. It is still good, and having extra, op available to you every once in a while is solid stuff, and that does allow you a lot of space to work with. Also, the Sentinel utility that he provides isn't as good as it could be, but it's not bad either.
Would it be considered baddie?
Not quite.
Yeah, okay. Little skirmish there on mid. I mean, 4 players at the ready to make a fight happen. Paranoia, Latte.
He's so far forward.
No clue where anyone is. Now they got hit by Paranoia of their own. Redacted. Simply so deep on the site. And Bumsmacker and Suzu, they're getting right at it. And Chief Jensen added onto the pile.
Player standing.
Hello. This is swift as you like. Now it's just Amazon who was on a bit of a lurk there towards mid. I thought things were going well for old Junior, but it's, despite their little lurk onto the site, everything goes bad as soon as that information becomes available. Simon Fraser, as we get down to the wire, a good start.
Hey, not bad. Not bad for this Emerald squad. Currently making gems of plays, Vincent, here on the pistol. You know,
should have saved that one.
No, I had to throw it away. I had to throw it away because we don't know if that's going to continue, so I want to give it to them while they had success. Because if they immediately fall flat on their face in this next round, because we got a Sheriff from Redacted, who knows what's going to happen once they get acting, we might have a little bit of a goof situation on our hands.
Yeah, it might turn from beauty into tragedy. Those things are often very close together. As we get down to, though, early duel, not really going to find success for either direction. And that is one of the positives of work in this chamber is, the rendezvous is still pretty good. It's just not as good as it was.
Yeah, and it really limits your freedom as a chamber. You do have to make that commitment to a specific area and stick to a site. You have much less maneuverability around the maps. I mean, we're about to see the same maneuverability if Redacted is able to sneak around. Oh my god, it's going to happen again. No, but Redacted, they're blinded. That was so necessary. That could have gone sideways in a moment's notice, in a second.
Healing over here.
Gonna get a little bit of a heal going on, but honestly,
30
don't know if
seconds
that's gonna matter with classics nearly across the board. 25 seconds. They need to go.
Last player standing.
Okay, Bumsmacker. Pick it up too, Chief Jensen. We'll clean things up as we would have expected. SFU Emerald making gems of plays.
It was so good you had to go back for more. I understand. I do get it.
Player standing.
I might have to say that about every play that they win.
Oh boy, we're in for a long evening here. Just sure happened, folks. It is not gonna get better.
You're dark tootin'.
I on purpose work with Lus, just for the record. I don't know why, but I do.
Well, here's the thing. you could be fully serious or you could have fun. There's Chidori picking up too. There's gonna be a fight against Boof Batty, and oh my lord, teleporting a corpse. And this is 3 in a row. A is theirs.
You know, it's probably good you used the gym line there. Jeez, this first round, Chidori just kind of doing all the things, making that double entry work, and it's followed up. There's not a single fight won. Lante is alone, and it's been only what, like 25, 30 seconds? Ridiculous. I mean, it's the bonus round, I get it, but seriously, that's in Northern Arizona we weren't exactly seeing in those first few rounds, and if it wasn't redacted, I think it would have been Chidori for a third.
Great stuff by that duo in that round. Currently, JJ, North Atlantic. I'm just realizing right now they're all duck. I'm not even sure why. Are they running this outside of Northern Arizona?
I don't know why they're all docked. That's a good question. Maybe
regardless, you know,
it's an allusion to like a coach or someone.
Ah, okay.
You know, they're just all big, or they're big fans of the Dr. Disrespect.
Currently trying to live up to his name at the 2-time. They've only got 1 time they've had success. But with the rifles now, Chief Jensen working in tandem there at the top of B Heaven. I mean, Chidori again, kind of equalizing all the effort that was put in by Jensen and Bumsmacker. It's a 3-on-3. 3-on-4, rather, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I was just about to mention that double kill comes in second time in a row that Chidori has been able to do that. And I gotta say, SFU, a little exposed on that site. No need to be taking those fights, really. An adjustment here over to the B site for Arizona. They'll be able to put the spike down and a little bit of healing, that overgrowth, allowing additional health for Chidori to work with.
Migged with a shrouded step onto the Raptors. I'm not sure if anyone's aware of that. Whoa, Bumsmacker looking clean. Now they have to make this swing. And considering that they could bring out the resurrection, this is going to put the numbers in their favor. It was all about playing that body count, and it allows SFU to take their third.
Love that early res, Lewis. That's something that we saw back on that last map split that wasn't very successful. We didn't really see any reses, actually, from the Sage, and a lot of that was due, remember we talked about how the Sage in that last map was leading the way, getting a lot of frags. Well, Bumsmacker doing that, but getting big value out of the res as well. That is a key to being a very good Sage, is to find those opportunities. And sometimes you just got to manufacture opportunities like Bumsmacker did there.
Really smacked the bum of
you
life.
Want to play? Let's play.
You know,
get a counter going for how many times the both of us say something like that.
when I don't even know what I'm gonna say, man. When life gives you lemons, you just smack the bum. Who cares? Boof Batty, the first kill on the Headhunter, immediately reprimanded for that action, as it will be a site taken away. Northern Arizona, been in this position before.
From the shadows being used as well. Maybe not necessary, but you know, just give it the old once over. Make sure, and showstopper going out. That's going to go by the wayside. And nothing being gathered here in the retake.
This is such a massive commitment of ultimates right now for what feels like such a lackluster round. Okay, well, Chief Jensen certainly spicing things up. Now with an extra 2 kills, paint shells sent into heaven. Unfortunately, they don't make the mark. They have to go for defusal, at least to bait something out. Unfortunately, there is no bait. It's just Chidori biting right onto Jensen's face with the tour de force.
That's Chidori now finding 3 opening picks for this Northern Arizona squad, and that's ridiculous. 3 opening picks in a row is, I mean, how do you deal with that if you're SFU? I feel like you sort of don't, and, well, they haven't been able to, and it's caused for an eco round. So Chief Jensen was playing around with the idea for the shorty. I think that's would have been fun 4 players aggressing towards A. They're hoping Chidori is going to be back there, but no dice whatsoever. Chidori elsewhere.
Here come those Seekers. Gives some information. There's some players hiding inside of ropes. Little they know it's 2 of them in the corner, but it doesn't even matter. This is Junior. They're looking like the seniors now here on B site. Unfortunately, they had a rookie mistake of leaving the spike all the way in lobby, and it's given some time for Bumsmacker to come back. If they can secure a second kill, which they have, oh my god. This may be one of the biggest bag fumbles, the biggest bum smacks that they could receive here on Split.
Certainly could be. Recovery's working well here. A little bit of an attempt with the headhunter, not to be for SFU. And if they win this round, I mean, talk about a huge turn. There's a lot of space to regain this position.
It comes down, redacted. Here on the 3K, we're loading right out in the open, but it doesn't even matter. And then it converted into a kill. Ow! Why is that possible? I mean, a good round for them, but let's talk about the fact that that was an eco here for Northern Arizona, and they were even put in a position where they were worried. They were concerned about this retake.
They were, though, as good as it looked, and it did look good, unfortunately, the reality is Bumsmacker got 2 kills, and that's the only 2 kills that were actually in the round. So, on paper, great, but in reality, it really isn't going to come to too much additional damage being done, as we see the combination there of the paint shells alongside a guiding light, just to gather information. They realize that this A site has been a problem with Chidori leading the way in the charge.
No one openly giving their lives to feed Chidori's war machine.
I have this fight.
So it'll be Northern Arizona thinking twice about sticking around, but Chidori will stay. That lurk has been such a critical moment for the juniors for every round that they've found success.
You know what I've just realized?
What?
The juniors are all sophomores.
Well, I guess, you know, they're smaller juniors, which would be a sophomore, I suppose. Paranoia hits absolutely nothing, but it doesn't really matter when Bumsmacker has been able to land a shot. There it is. Beautiful flash. Unfortunately, it was Amazin's flash that did not give anyone a tactical advantage here. Redacted, pulling off some just beautiful timing of the sentry. Secure the dismiss. Unable to pick up the smite. It doesn't matter. They don't need it. Maybe they did. Bumsmacker there by CT. And they're certainly making Northern Arizona work for this map.
No, they are. And, you know, it is tough. Great flash. It was of the team variety, though. Feels bad, man. And even there, I mean, it really wasn't even a full flash. It was just enough to allow Bumsmacker the space, the time, the opportunity to take advantage. 12-4 to start for Bumsmacker. That is a very solid beginning. And a 1 round keeps SFU in the lead as the Emeralds go towards what is now the 8th round of this first half. And again, a very default approach for Northern Arizona. They're all spread across this map, applying pressure towards mid. And well, as soon as we see a peek, we'll certainly get information. Yeah. No, they know Redacted is here.
Scout destroyed.
So I get a little bit of no information there with the Trailblazer, but that's information enough. But not being able to act on that in time gives an option for a readjustment here. When it comes to Boof Batty, bringing out the Headhunter. Fortunately, no heads found. Plate won't make the commitment, won't stick around for their teammate.
Push just about confirmed here on to A, and Boof Batty, that's a critical frag. Dropping the spike, and now full rotation being called, but
30 seconds left.
Northern Arizona, they're light years away.
And this is such Odd placement, considering where the spike is located. Chief Jensen has to be the critical piece of the puzzle. And there they are. Let's see in the picture clearly now. 2 clean boys to finish off that round.
Double digits as well. 10 frags now for Jensen. And yeah, Booth Batty making that connection, dropping the spike. It would have been probably okay, you know, hypothetically, for Northern Arizona if they had been able to get the spike planted or maybe out in the open somewhere. But no time to wait. No time to gain. It'll be up to a 5-3 scoreline now. And SFU regaining the lost couple of rounds that they had here. Or regaining their lead, I should say. English is hard. Bum Smacker finding the opening pick.
Wall's going to withstand the test of time, and oh no, there's serious commitment here coming from Mig. He wants to break that. Okay. But won't do anything with it. Just gonna break the wall and then go over to Garage. Unfortunately, Chief Jensen gets a little cheeky one with a wall bang. It goes for a second, and you're darn tootin' they're gonna get it.
That's a bit ridiculous as well. That initial shot, even despite the fact that Chidori was actually at a wide angle, couldn't get a trade because it was so fast. Just a little jiggle peek, quick shot, fall back.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, this round, it's just falling apart. It's all falling apart for Northern Arizona, but it's what we expected. Rocking on pistols, but it seemed as if there was never a chance for them to have an impact. You always have a chance on an eco, not this time around.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I was saying. Like, Chidori had no chance to trade that. And even beyond that, I discovered some information. Though, Los.
We're going to Icebox.
Yeah, unfortunately. This is basically like going to timeout for me. Anyway, no, that's not what I've discovered. I've discovered why we were seeing at least remove batting the chamber, because that is their favorite agent.
Oh well, that's not a good enough reason.
They're a chambermaid. What do you mean?
No, sorry, you gotta play meta. Your favorite agent is dead. Time to move on. We all attended the funeral, Booth Batty. It's time to pick a new one. The grieving period has ended.
Nah, Booth Batty, you do you, bud. I'm a dedicated and loving Yoru main.
Emphasis on dead.
That's not nice. That's toxic is what that is.
Oh man, no, that's Viper, who isn't currently being played on the map.
That's true. They really did kind of kill Viper. Because people aren't playing Viper on Icebox despite that being throwing. And they got rid of Breeze, which was Viper's map.
Oh my god, Suzu, not enough time to bring the rifle back into action. Redacted swinging into action. But it will be swiftly removed from the fray. Chief Jensen, always so calm, always so clean with these headshots. And they're hit with the guiding light, but I think they'll be fine. Still able to survive, and they will continue it. Booth Batty providing support from screens. And Latte in heaven will keep things clean. What a round. That looked so explosive from Northern Arizona, but certainly did not provide the results they were hoping for.
It wasn't looking explosive. It was explosive from this junior team, man. They did a great job getting into position, but once they were there, they really didn't have any chance. It was critical for them to find those kills on the site, but both Jensen and Booth Batty swinging at the same time, finding the success, and, you know, I think that the conversation now for Northern Arizona is, well, how do we recover? Because this has now been, I think, 4 rounds in a row for SFU.
Oh, look at the confidence here. SFU, hey, don't give it 2. They're walking right on up.
Bum Smacker walled himself off. I mean, he went over the wall, but he walled himself off.
Bum Smacker got their bum backer to the wall. Doesn't even care. It's, you know, that's commitment when you are so confident that, hey, even if I die,
When you put your bum to the wall?
What is going on with that guiding light?
You know, it was, I don't know. I can't even come up with anything. I'm trying. It was something. It wasn't meant to be a flash for himself. It was meant to be for redacted. But still, why look at it? Oh, Latte was behind. I didn't realize Latte was there, but
30
Fragment position. Oh my God! He was in no way prepared for that. What's so hilarious about this team is that Northern Arizona, they pull off so many great mechanical shots, but then you have a wacky moment like that flash. It's just a dichotomy, a duality of gamer, right?
Yeah, the big brainer, and then the big whiffer. Yep, I'm both of those. Can relate. Amazon's hearing this. This is guaranteed. Well, Guiding Light was a bit of a troll, but it should be guaranteed. Suzu gone and down. It's up to just 2.
Here.
Bum Smacker in a position
to
go crazy. They have to, and they will. That's off the back of Chief Jensen. A 3-piece for them. This entire roster full of fantastic individuals. Chief Jensen certainly leading the team. I mean, I would say a few individuals. It's just 2. It's Chief Jensen and Bum Smacker.
Yeah, no, there's not like question marks about that. It just is. It's just the facts of the situation. Those 2 players remaining in the clutch. It is always winnable. Double kill there with the Sheriff, no less. And that is certainly, you were talking about a dichotomy or a duality. There's certainly a bit of a duality here. 2 players at the top, and 2 players taking names and hitting shots.
Smacking bums.
That too. Usually I leave that for off stream, though.
Well, this time we got to bring it out into the light. Let the people know.
I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you.
So Swaggy thinking about the cabbages, but doesn't elect to go for it. Instead, Trailblazer first. Oh, and that's a great timing on the Paranoia as well. Lear came out with the Paranoia to deny that information. Well, this is great from the shadows, though. You know, I'm a big fan of good from the shadows play.
We're getting that. It's certainly enjoyable, and just seeing both of these teams having the willingness to commit to some ultimates. Unfortunately, the From the Shadows, it's left them isolated. Bum Smacker, beautiful kill, but MiG'd let their presence be known. They're sitting on elbow. New angle taken by the Sage. Unfortunately, Redacted is simply the stronger player in that moment. 3-on-3. Amazing, caught out by Latte, and Amazing picking up 2, not 3. But Chief Jensen is there for the trade to make it 9-3. The half going swimmingly in the favor of SFU.
And you know what? This kind of puts into perspective those opening couple of rounds. Looked very good from SFU, generally speaking. I gotta give credit for Northern Arizona. They had a fantastic resurgence for a few rounds, but ever since then, it's looked increasingly dominant. It's almost as if Simon Fraser are really just warming up into this game a little bit, no?
It's been a heat up going all game long. But the question is, will there be a little flip-flop now that we're on opposing sides? We've had moments where it was SFU that wanted to get pretty deep in the attacker territory, but now that they can be the ones who can run it down, and with a raise, the blast pack, some satchel action to get right through mid, I think this is going to be a quick succession of rounds, Vincent.
You know, it kind of feels that way, I'll be honest, but let's get things going. Fast tank. It's meant to be.
Chidori is done for with that Paranoia. It was too clean, too well placed, and now, whoa, Bum Smacker almost able to walk out of that one, but Doc will take, well, almost everybody. the Duck squad, Swaggy and Redacted, picking apart, leaving simply Suzu, who might have to deal with a bit of danger. Stops planning the spike, but is able to maneuver away. Will it be enough? No. It's going to be migged off the back of their paranoia. Able to save the day.
Good recovery. I mean, the start of this round sort of going bad quickly with Chidori falling, but good adjustment. Redacted finding 2, and then as well, forgetting who it was, the second player on that site, but they also found 2 frags, leaving the 1v2 situation for Suzu. And it will be interesting to see if this sort of 2-horse race for SFU continues. I mean, at 19 and 20 frags, that's an incredibly impressive start to a map. Like, half number 1, you have 2 players nearing 20 frags. I mean, that's really good. It's just, is it going to be able to be continuing?
Here's my prediction. Yes.
Oh. Brave and bold.
You know, I'm someone who would stand up for hot takes. Oh my god. Chief Jensen. And, you know, last patch, that would have been a kill.
It really would have. You do got to feel bad. Well, Move Batty gave it an attempt, you could say. Unfortunately, that attempt not so successful. Here's the spike. That would have been a kill too.
Spike
not
down
gonna lie.
A.
Yeah,
Stinger
this
is
just
washed.
a moment of the juniors bullying SFU. There's not much that they can do. There's not much they're going to do. At least for this one. Suzu about to get clapped on the Marshall. No, it's going to be the Stinger.
Yep, that's rough. Also, a solid round considering that it was flawless. I think that Northern Arizona can take solace in that fact. Keeping things very healthy in the economy, but in the economy game, pardon me. And with that, we head into the gun round. It is time to see what SFU have to show. They still have a very healthy lead with that 9-3 half, but defensive side, I don't know. We were talking last map. What do you put the defensiveness of this map?
You know, I think it isn't that heavily favored. I think it's minorly in the favor of defenders.
So like 7-5, 8-4.
I think 7-5. That's a good score you could walk in. Walk it in, talking Suzu. Able to secure a kill over on mid, but this is going to be crazy. If Redacted does not get checked here, I don't... Okay, Trigger Discipline was on their mind. Unfortunately, they weren't expecting a second one.
That's, was indeed a swaggy maneuver. I would agree. Quick triple kill for the Sky. Has the Seekers available for the next round, and Latte left alone. Ooh. It's a little spray. Information gained. All 3 players are kind of all there, right on top of the spike. So, realistically, if Latte just takes a couple fights, he could win.
Do you think that's going to be the case? I mean, it seems
no,
that
it's not,
he's going to go for that fight. Might as well.
Yeah, I don't think saving is ideal here. You only get 1,000 credits. It looks like saving, that's what we'll be seeing. Not sure why you would go so far and then stop, but...
I'm saying a moment like that, yeah, just hide. No need to put yourself in the position of potentially losing it all. But that's what we're seeing. 3 rounds in a row, they will take their bonus, and quite happy about that. Northern Arizona starting to claw their way back to an equilibrium. Only 3 rounds off. Certainly looking to get this next because it is going to be bare bones one more time for SFU.
Not quite bare bones. I mean, they got sheriffs, they got some armor, hero
bare
rifle.
bones.
Okay. Well, coming in with the bare bones, SFU have literally 0 things, can't win at all, according to the handsome Oslos. And Paranoia set up a little early on in the Trailblazer, popping out. That's a lot of information gathered, actually.
All this utility expended. It doesn't lead into anything. It simply delays the game. I'm curious to see if they know that Chidori is going to come in a few moments. Oh, perhaps it's just a fake. They thought it was simply going to be the trademark, but no, it was much more. But it led to nothing. J replacement only leads to death. Northern Arizona, they're being trampled on mid.
Amazon been playing a little bit too much Call of Duty. Had 12 bullets and went for the reload. I do that too. I don't want to lie. 3-on-2. It's Northern Arizona potentially going to get counterfeited here. YSFU and Booth Batty actually has a fantastic lurk.
Unfortunately, Swaggy reads that with the guiding light.
Oh my
Got
goodness.
the information.
Last player standing.
Put an adjustment coming out from Jensen. Doesn't allow them to be flanked with the Shrouded Step. And finally, it has been a return of success for SFU.
Remember the beginning of this round when you're like, they've got bare bones. Impressive what they did with that, no?
And now they are full humans with meat and skin and eyeballs, and they're winners.
The full skin bag treatment. Understood.
Yeah, all the major organ groups: the meat, the skin, and the eyeballs.
The eyeballs all alone in their own category. Northern Arizona, a tough round for them to lose, realistically. Though they should be okay, at least for this next one. When Redacted is going to get aggressive, has Empress.
This is going to be wild. At least one, a second to follow, and a dismiss. Amazing here as well. What is the Shrouded Step? It allows Latte to escape. But escape into what? Certain death, potentially. Migged around the corner, going to check this. And the walls will close eventually. Latte reaches Shrouded Step, and they'll win that fight, but with barely any health to follow.
Enemy removed.
Oh, Bum Smacker, though, still alive, keeping this very winnable. And the From the Shadows is available. So if Bum Smacker can get out, no, there's a player over in mid, though. That's tragic as Swaggy. Why is he there?
What a read. Oh my god, are we going to have a similar situation? One player doesn't read. No, Swaggy is prepared for any and all occurrences. Latte has to escape because that bite's going to kill him. From the Shadows, in their possession, ready for activation. They could grab the spike if they need to. However, Redacted, playing Overwatch, will have to deny that completely.
I have the spike. Cover going out.
Smart maneuver. By getting out of position. Oh, Redacted.
One enemy remaining.
Reveals their hand. They reveal their position by shooting through. When Latte reads it, they can plant the spike and potentially escape into CT. The spray from Swaggy doesn't connect.
That's incredible. A guiding light, though, on the cards here for Swaggy. Oh, Latte, giving the game away. A little too ambitious, Los. A little too ambitious, but what a smart maneuver, generally speaking, from Latte. Nearly brought that back. So, you know, a win and a loss off the back of this aggressive play from Redacted early into the round, and can't believe this came to a one-on-one. It was a 2-on-4 initially, but despite that, Northern Arizona going to be in a better position than they were. But, Los, if you do some quick mathematicals, you know, win 2 rounds, lose a round, that keeps happening. I think that doesn't work out so well.
You know, I've done the calculations myself, and I have to agree with you. Paranoia moves Redacted away, but they are certainly not expecting Chidori. Well placed. Not even thought of. The shot that wasn't even meant for Latte finds it. Resurrection quick as you need, and Bum Smacker will bring that player back into the fray. allowing the spike plant in the 4-on-3.
Seekers committed now as SFU solidify their position as well. The Trailblazer coming out. Is that just a classic on that Sky? I'm befuddled and bewildered. But regardless, the hold on this site looking good.
Swaggy blinded. But they're not done yet. They know the position's a bum smacker. They'll take a third. Suzu might be able to land a shot before the paranoia lands itself. However, it does not matter with a reposition from Latte and Boof Batty. They've alleviated the pressure and taken an 11th round. The trade math here, Vincent, it isn't looking good for the juniors.
Not in the slightest in the showstopper now here for Chief Jensen, who's been quieted a little bit, but Latte is taking up that slack. That said, we've seen what the Empress can do for Redacted and Swaggy. Those are Seekers of their own. Maybe this is not the end, but just the beginning of the comeback for Northern Arizona University. Headed into this one, the JV squad, though. Aggression denied, and that is Chidori down.
Where is this going? Where is this headed? Unfortunately, like many showstoppers we've seen in recent memory, it doesn't make a connection, but I think the threat itself is going to be enough to find the value. Unfortunately, it's being mitigated. Migd and Swaggy both earning some frags in their own regard, but it may come down to Latte, whose plan was foiled by the Seekers, but a paranoia. All they're doing at this point is buying time and buying the ability to close this one out and secure map point, because it's just amazing in the 1v3.
I mean, it would be amazing to actually convert this with the time has ticked. As far as it is, simply unsuccessful, no chance to be had. Good to see him get out, at least with the rifle. Latte might have something to say about that. No. Amazing won't go towards heaven. Good decision for the whole living thing. 5 rounds down. And it is going to be a tough call to come back from. 9-3 on the half, and you know, that is a very difficult deficit to deliver from.
Out of charges.
This is also Northern Arizona's map pick, Los. You got to keep that in mind too. SFU picking Lotus next, and you know, not a lot of teams are big Lotus teams.
But you know, you gotta respect those who are picking it, but we'll get to that in, well, a few or maybe more moments as it comes down to potential first execute here. Dark cover blocking off Garage. Well, Spectre's not exactly long-range capabilities here. They have to do what they can with what they've got, and it's not a lot.
At least the Tour de Force is there. Maybe that can be the turning point. Oh man, Redacted has been very clean on these headshots.
Chidori's gonna go for it. And they'll land right onto Suzu. And these individual shots, individual plays and picks that are untradeable are making such great impact on this round. It'll be NAU staying alive, especially this positioning on Amazing. No one has even read this. No one's even thought about this. They haven't conceived it, Vincent. And this will be the critical juncture. Unfortunately, Amazing whiffs and throws it away.
Tragic. And now this could be the winning maneuver for SFU. And they have a res. I was just about to say they could bring Suzu back and they'll do just that. Swaggy pushing through the smoke. Los, this is tragic.
But they've got such little time, only 9 seconds left. Running with the spike. It's gonna be Migd who denies it all. Nobody has to make a move. Chidori, in fact, just runs away. That's their best bet. That's the best option. With such amount of time spent not making a commitment, that's what allowed Arizona to take it.
What an emotional roller coaster of a round from missed shots to whiffed sprays. to ultimately no spike planted despite having control, or at least the majority of the site. 5 rounds turns to 4, the advantage for SFU Emerald, and with that, Northern Arizona giving themselves another big chance, a much better buy, and that as well, still working that Empress possibility, which I feel like I have been mentioning pretty often. Has it just not been used, or did I miss it?
It could have been both. Because
Yeah.
I am right there with you.
I mean, Redacted has hit a lot of shots.
Time spent. No one making a commitment, but Boof Baddie takes one down. There's a quick teleportation over onto A, but it's denied. It's canceled. And it's actually a trick to get MiG to teleport too, but they canceled it as well and picked up 2 frags in the attempt to walk through. What is this blunder of epic proportions?
This is a classic situation of outplaying yourself, getting a little bit too clever. I don't know what the plan was, but regardless, it just hasn't worked.
30 seconds left.
Though there is a very real possibility of this round going towards SFU anyway. Gonna take that first fight, but just what is that? 0.4 seconds that it takes to rendezvous. Too quick. They'll be found out.
One enemy remaining.
And these 2 kills, I mean, critical parts of the round, but you had A. Why go back to B? Like, even for just trying to get a kill, trying to pull rotations, I just don't know. It's not that Latte canceled the From the Shadows. It's just that everybody started rotating back to B for some reason.
You want to play? Let's play.
I'm not sure what the calling on that one was, but a side note is that there have been multiple rounds where Bumsmacker, sure, an amazing fragger. Unfortunately, there have been moments where they're in the middle of a rotation with the melee out and completely caught with their pants down. And that's something that Northern Arizona, they've been able to take advantage of when it comes to SFU and their indecision to commit to a site.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a possibility. Though at the same time, you don't expect to be finding players when you're on the rotate. Maybe that's the problem. They should be expecting that. Here's the A take.
Bumsmacker walking on through, but it's got to be MiG'd. Up in heaven, delivering death with ease. And this has been such a fruitless execute. SFU, they are falling. They are crashing hard in these last couple of rounds. 2v5, I mean, we've seen miracles made out of this team creating opportunities out of nothing, but I'm not sure if this is one of those moments.
30 seconds left.
Oh, whoa!
Okay, maybe I'm incorrect.
Yeah,
Suzu is here in heaven now, too!
Yeah, and if they can rendezvous together, then, well, never mind. I was going to say maybe could get a bit of a heal. No, it's not to be. Northern Arizona, that's 3 in a row now. They're on the cusp, and this is starting to get a little concerning for SFU. Despite this shot, I mean, this is
30 seconds.
Jeez.
One enemy remaining.
So clean, but 3 players surviving. I mean, the only good news is the money's great for SFU. They're still working with plenty of cash into this round, and they got 2 more opportunities to close this out. And well, I guess if the first you don't succeed, try again. A was the plan last round, and it wasn't great. Now it's the plan this round. Let's see if it's better.
This time there's a lot more oomph to this execute, and only 1 player holding it down at Swaggy. With those opposing angles, there was nothing they could have done about it. No command activated. Unfortunately, it's far too late. Bumsmacker gets aggressive and will pay for it with their life.
Ooh, a big giveaway audio cue from Suzu. Told exactly what Northern Arizona needed. Now it's 4-on-3.
All the paranoia comes through with Booth Batty, who wasn't affected by it. Unfortunately, they can't make a connection. This is monumental from Northern Arizona. It's devastating for SFU to get to map point. We're one round away from heading into overtime and potentially an incredible fumble by the Emerald squad.
Yeah, it would be a comeback of massive proportions. No doubt.
I can buy.
One of the things, though, to note is, well, Bumsmacker at 27 frags. Has been carrying the entire time. Chief Jensen kind of in that same boat, but we need to see a bit more from Booth Batty and Suzu probably to help close this out. I mean, it's been the entirety of NAU that have actually been doing that that damage when it comes to this comeback.
Last chance for SFU to turn this into a W. Stop the danger. Just a little bit of jumping around courtesy of Amazing. They have been constructive for the plays previously. No, how are you going to get caught on the rotate again? This can't keep happening. Redacted leaves two in the sewer, in the dust, in the dirt, and now you've got Migged on the flank. This is going from bad to worse, but things are kept calm. It isn't over yet. Showstopper used to clear out ropes, and the flank won't be as impactful anymore.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good decision on the rotation for sure. Still got to deal with a player here. That's Chidori. That's an operator. All it is going to take is a very thin margin, but that won't be successful for the B site.
30 seconds left.
SFU's for the taking and Bumsmacker. Oh my goodness, Swaggy! That was a crazy adjustment. Wasn't a headshot, but still the shot connects, and it's a 2-on-3 now. SFU could be denied.
One enemy remaining.
Devastating. Oh, it's a 1v2. Latte has to escape. They've got the paranoia. It goes, and I think it actually might land onto Migged from the shadows into Garage. But it's all about trying to outbrain their opponents. Will they be able to land this? Yes! Oh! The kill onto Swaggy is here, but Migged around the corner with the reload.
Oh,
no!
And there's plenty of time.
Not do it. 5 seconds left. How devastating.
It's outrageous. Nearly got there. This play from Redacted, though. Oh, no. Just a huge fumble. And NAU bringing it back. 9-3 at the half.
Seconds left.
7-12 to start with, and they had 5 consecutive rounds to bring this to overtime. Latte just unsure of where Migged was coming around that corner. Now the chance for NAU to bring this back to win actually on their map pick, a map that they surely thought was gone at one point. Not that long ago. This was 9-3. Now SFU back on the defense. This is where they found the most success. And I mentioned 9-3. This was where they found those 9 rounds.
At the top, it's Booth Batty. They've been in that position previously. It's always been difficult for them to get the value, and well, they won't start this round as Redacted continues to prove how strong, how critical they are for this team. But Chief Jensen picks up a double. One off the back of a paint shell, and the other off their own arms. Unfortunately, it's not going to matter, as SFU have been decimated, destroyed, dismantled once again. It's only going to take one more Vincent before they steal this map right from under the noses of Simon Fraser.
Yeah, and Redacted has been the one leading the way. Now at 27 frags, another double entry. We saw it there to push them to overtime. Was that double kill, that initial flank, Redacted going ridiculously aggressive inside of sewers. And, well, with that, we have 3 players on 27, actually. Jensen, Bumsmacker, and Redacted. A high fragging game for some high-quality Valorant. Booth Batty, though, gonna punish Redacted this time out, and Chidori, well, that could have been a mistake, but they win anyway.
He's taking one with them. Well, it's Northern Arizona in a position of pain. They can heal up. They will be fine. It comes down to how this pinch is enacted. Maybe with the paranoia. There's a lot of options here.
NAU, though, you're going to have to get creative. Already have Amazon on the site.
He's hit with some flashes. Here comes a flash drive of their own. No one is affected but themselves. Bum Smacker and Latte. They will put on the pain after what has felt like a millennia. They will take a round.
They finally get an attack round after losing 5 in a row to get them or to allow for NAU to get into overtime. And they win it in must-win fashion. NAU on the map point instead. Delivering what is necessary, it seems, is what SFU have been doing. We go again here for our second overtime period. And Bum Smacker, he won 30. And I think he'll get it, to be honest with you. Part of the problem is this default that we've been seeing run. It has been interesting. NAU running about the same default that SFU were.
Four players split A. It's going to be Suzu. It's been able to provide a little bit more value as the map has gone on. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to really come alive just yet. Good information off the guiding light, and realizing they don't even want to take that engagement. They'll back off to rejoin their teammates.
A wall going down at a perfect time, and look who it is. It's Redacted once again.
Swaggy up on ramp. Takes the skirmish. Won't make the commitment. Neither Sky wants to play this one out. Boof Batty working alongside Suzu. Puts in some pressure, but the additional manpower here on ramp is simply too great.
Look at the rotate. There's a flank coming, and it's coming fast. Redacted in the right direction, and Boof Batty is aware that there's something happening, but doesn't actually know where that's coming from.
Omen killed.
Smacker. Still there on the site. No commit to the plant. No commit to the fight.
10 seconds left.
Redacted on the flank has to secure this one. Oh my god. And an incredible flick. Bum Smacker is not denied. They will stay alive. A huge 4K for that player.
I said he wanted the 30 bomb. Does exactly that. Great adjustment, and this final kill is outrageous. Whew. Little duck crouch action. Straight into the headshot. Redacted doing what he can, but it's not enough. Now, SFU with another opportunity to close the NAU map pick here and now. See where it goes. It's just been A-site take simulator, it feels like.
Nobody wants to go to B. Blocked off Heaven. And this plant is all but guaranteed. It's going to be interesting on how will this Heaven play be allowed. Latte able to jump up, and with the assist of Bum Smacker, 2 more fall.
Oh, this is it. This could be the game. This could be map number 1 in the favor of SFU. Control of the ramp. Control of Heaven potentially as well off the back of it. Redacted. Oh, and the gun barrel locks it off. It's 3 players remaining for SFU, but time is ticking lows.
Redacted's going fast with speed and efficiency. Unfortunately, Bum Smacker works in the same way. And finally, the heroes who got us to 12 rounds will close it down at 15 to 13. What a battle it has been. And finally, SFU, they will not allow this to be a failure. They will take their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, they made it about as hard as it could be once they got there, but props. They were able to close, and that's all that matters at the end of the day if you, get it over the finish line. That said, great performance to bring things back for SFU. That said, I do wonder, is it worse losing against a dominant squad, or is it better to nearly bring it back and then lose in heartbreaking fashion? I don't know. It's kind of tough on the mental. That's what I'm kind of thinking. Regardless, a great comeback there from Northern Arizona, specifically Redacted.
Yeah, absolutely. Redacted was just a star player, able to find those opening kills, able to find 9 first bloods throughout this map. They have been a playmaker, and I'm hoping that it can continue. Maybe they'll show a little bit more strength, or maybe it will catch on to the rest of their team. As we're going to head to Lotus after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. The final best of 3 of the night continues after this break. And welcome back to NECC Valorant. It's Lotus time, baby, and it's time for potentially SFU to continue their, I wouldn't even say strength, their struggle to maintain control from Split. It's a new map, it's their pick, so maybe there will be a change of heart, a change of motivation, a change of skill, or will Northern Arizona bring it back? Vincent, what are we thinking?
I'm thinking that, you know, that was Northern Arizona's map pick. And yeah, listen, no doubt Simon Fraser really struggled to close that map. And honestly, it wouldn't have been unreasonable for Northern Arizona to win because of that struggle. That said, if they play even just as well as they did on Split on Lotus, then I think that the reality is SFU probably win this in 2. That said, I'm happy to be proven wrong. As per the usual arrangement, I'm down to see Northern Arizona take a little bit of a comeback and make us head over to our third map, even if it is Ascent. You know, I'll be okay with that. Still, Lotus, it's a tough map to get your bearings on. I feel like if you're not super familiar with it, there's a lot going on. And SFU, well, they picked it, so if they're not familiar, I don't know who would be.
Yeah, that's got to be facts, and it's kind of one of those things, since it is early in the map pool, that some teams would be willing to pick into it in the idea that they're banking that they're more familiar than their opponents. So it's like, ha-ha, gotcha, you don't know what you're doing here, but we do. If Northern Arizona actually plays this one and it is within their map pool, I don't think there's going to be a major advantage one way or the other. However, if it's completely far and away from what they're used to, who knows? I think SFU, based on the first half of Split, if they could bring that same energy, then we're looking at a potential display of force, overwhelming force, from the Emerald team.
Well, and let's not pretend like it wasn't like a key part of that victory for SFU on the first half of Split wasn't Smacker and Chief Jensen just kind of winning on their own. Like, those two dropped 20 at the first half of play each. And then Smacker ended on 36. I mean, understand we were in a bit of a double overtime situation, but that's still really impressive for double overtime still. Like, I consider that a top 1% performance type of situation for them. And so if that doesn't continue, then we could also be seeing a very different Northern Arizona. To be fair, so there's a lot of different conversations going around on how this could go, and it's all very dependent on how these individuals perform.
Yeah, the individual factor is certainly going to be a big conversation starter. I mean, two players that I think specifically from SFU that could show up a bit more, I think, is got to be Suzu and Boof Batty. But, you know, that kind of goes to the pick from Boof Batty on the chamber. I think Chidori had a fantastic effort early on back on Split when it comes to their chamber play. It wasn't specifically due to the kit. It's simply they were just a great dueler. They were great at engagements. Not quite the same when it came to Boof Batty, but new dawn, new day, new map on Lotus, and this is a crazy push into A lobby that is dismantled only for a moment. Smacker able to walk out with their life.
Yeah, getting away with one there as well. A massive victory, I think, for SFU, and now they got the Trailblazer to pull things back. A misplace of the bot right there. That alarm bot going to take some time to reset. So, opening 10 seconds, 5 seconds, incredibly pacey. Next 20 or so, incredibly passive. Interesting, to say the least, and a bit of a weird way to start. But here we go, back towards the C site this time. Suzu will activate all of the nano swarms to push back the attack for a moment.
Redacted, in a little bit of pain, but they'll escape. Suzu, I think, in this role on the Killjoy is going to have a lot more success, but Smacker is just having a field day right now. This is incredible with their speed and efficiency. 2 HP left, and you've got the last member, Chidori, coming up from Link, and they'll be able to potentially bring one to the table. No, not even that. Nice finisher, specifically from Bumsmacker's ability to maneuver around C-site.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know they introduced Tracer into the game. That's kind of crazy. Bumsmacker just teleporting everywhere. Ridiculous movement. That's just outrageous. Love to see that. And that's one of those things that I think as Neon and as an agent is around for longer and longer, we're gonna see the skill ceiling for these movement abilities get higher and higher.
It's making me think, oh man, I gotta hit some practice range on that.
I know, pretty impressive to say the least. Early stages of the second round, it's not really anything but E-site being looked at. Northern Arizona, they have their jet kind of hanging out towards B, made their way through P pillar, and well,
come on.
Yeah, I don't even know why you even peeked out.
You know, if anything, they've got heart. Unfortunately, at this long-range battle, this is certainly going to go in favor of Chief Jensen and crew. No one's even got a chance. No one's got the range to make it happen. Amazing. They'll just hold on to A lobby. Maybe the alarm bot is going to be some piece for them to work off of, but not to be.
Bumsmacker, 5 kills in 2 rounds. The rest of the team chiming in for some more. These are some nice shots from Chief Jensen.
Spike down A.
That first one, not as swift as you get. So, solid start, right? Easy pistol. Picking up the second round is a common occurrence. So the anti-eco works out. Now the bonus round. And a very bonusy bonus, if you will. 3 Spectres, a Marshal, just the 1 rifle against the full utility. Oh, and there's already a tag, though.
Nice little chunk outside of the jet here. Well, what's the follow-up? You know, the difficulty is that this is going to be a very tight corner. You have Bumsmacker over by the door waiting. 3 players potentially looking at the mouth of B-site.
Ooh, Chidori, who really kind of, unfortunately, fell off a cliff after those first few rounds of some incredible opening picks. Chiming in for 1 there to start. So SFU working from a man disadvantage. That's one way to put it. Guiding light. That timing would have been fantastic if it caught anybody, but it doesn't. So SFU starved of info for a moment.
Placement into tree. They'll try and make that split. Rush inside of A-site. Bumsmacker hiding right by the staircase. Once this dark cover dissipates, someone's got to try and clear that out. Now zipping out from staircase. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough as Amazon's waiting. Relay bolt sent out, but they don't mean much as the post-plant situation is looking quite favorable for Northern Arizona. But a few players have a bit of damage chunked into them. Spectres should be enough to piece them together.
Ooh, but at this range, that's a really tough task. Yeah, too bad even taking out the Sheriff, realizing that's a maybe better weapon to use. But this is maybe possible.
The jump and kill coming out from Booth Batty. At this point, I'm not even sure if there's going to be enough time for the defusal. No, it couldn't be possible. However, Suzu does have an opportunity to secure an exit frag, maybe even a rifle to walk into the next round. Oh my god, they both ran out of ammo. But Mig still wins it.
6 HP, though. It was close, no doubt. A little bit tough. As,
Spike planted.
This really does go about as you would expect, especially towards the A site, where the range is a significant advantage for the rifles. I mean,
last player standing.
Best case scenario for SFU was to win that round. They do quite a bit of damage, 3 kills. At the end of the day, would have been fantastic to get that 4th. But just 3, I mean, you can see what it's done. Swaggy, excuse me, having a Guardian. A gun so bad I forget it exists.
Oh, whoa now.
I knew that'd get a rise.
Now, I don't personally use it, but there have been some that worked magic with that. Suzu, see if they're able to work magic on this Killjoy setup, and and at least able to work out a prevention of the attack. Everyone running beyond the mound, especially with the cascade of the cabbages. No harbor.
Yeah, I was about to say, where's the harbor? What are you on about?
Coming back.
It is a little weird not to see a harbor here. Every single map of Lotus I've seen has had at least one harbor, actually. First one I've seen without one. Jensen, operator. We didn't actually see SFU wield an op all of last map, I've now realized.
Blocking vision.
Ready? Oh! Wow, good timing on them. Able to activate the utility and just pick up 3 without a single hitch.
30 seconds
And that's crippling the effort. 1v3, able to stop the full push. Amazing. Might be able to take down 1 or 2 more in this corner they're sticking themselves in, but it won't be the case.
Unfortunately, Northern Arizona, they committed the cardinal sin of Lotus. I've just deemed it thus. And that is trying to hit me.
One enemy remaining.
This is like early Haven. You should just treat me like it doesn't exist at all. Seriously, that's my hot take. What do you think?
Not too bad, honestly. There have been worse ones.
Like my Guardian hot take?
You know, there have been worse ones.
Oh, no way!
What a ripper of a shot from Chidori on the Marshall, no less. And wow, the finger blasting. Unfortunately, the finger guns show nothing. An op and an ult both lost in quick succession.
You know, that's maybe another one, but this is just a general strategy. If you're not like Silver, just don't use overdrive. It's just not worth it. Like, you just lose to better players, it feels like.
You should run.
Well, that's what we saw here today. Unfortunately, now that is given an opportunity for this bare bones team. Now walking in with the lockdown, now feeling confident enough to take this. Amazing.
Oh boy.
Certainly living up to their name this round.
Yeah, I mean, this lockdown really makes this B-side a lot easier to bring into. You don't have to deal with all the space, and even beyond that, the other side of that note is you also don't have to deal with the amount of players that kind of makes B really bad. Like, I feel like B is really tough to hold on to because of how many avenues of re-entry there are. But when there's only 2 players remaining, that's no longer true. And NAU taking advantage of just that.
Suzu now simply playing for their life. No one will go hunting for them, or if anyone does, it'll be far too late. So that's a
Thrifty.
crazy conversion from Northern Arizona. Unfortunately, unable to take a 3rd rifle out of this one, but, you know,
They will make mistakes.
it happens
When they
sometimes,
do,
Vincent.
Take advantage.
It does indeed. So a round that really should have been SFU's to win becomes theirs to lose as NAU take advantage. It all starts with Chidori. I was talking some smack. I said didn't exactly continue having that impact we saw early on Split. Shutting me up. Showing exactly what they have to offer, and it's fantastic.
Now we've got Redacted here on the op. Another one back for SFU. Not sure if this duel is going to return into play. Suzu, again, the lone defender here. Not a larger commitment of the utility. In fact, it's still in the back pocket.
This could be very interesting for Booth Banny as well. You're not right there on the other side of the door.
Paranoia up top. Unfortunately, that from the shadows doesn't lead to much. But it was just an added layer of pressure that helped alleviate and clear the site. NAU, they're doing fantastic so far. Unless Booth Banny can make something happen here with the door, but just a 1-for-1 and nothing out of the ordinary.
Shadows traveling.
No, I mean, it kind of felt like SFU should have been a little bit more passive, allowed NAU to take the point, and then from there go elsewhere. But instead, trying to gauge the more aggressive maneuver, take those fights early, and they end up going for 1v1s that just don't work out. I hope to see a save, and I think we are going to see one from SFU, but they'll be tied up. It's going to be a 3-3 scoreline as soon as the spike goes off, and that sets up NAU for a lot of success. When you look at their economy, their ult economy specifically, they're going to have Nightfall able to use that to get onto his site. Chidori already has an op. If that was a problem, for example, if they were to lose that for some reason, then they also got plenty of money to buy one, but they have the Tour de Force too. There's just a lot to like for what NAU have on offer right now.
And it's a very steady departure from what we saw previously on Split. This is a nice, even ebb and flow between the two teams, but NAU, at this point, the rate they're playing, I was about to say, it's not showing any major signs or flaws, but a fantastic win by Jensen there. It's going to give him a major opportunity, but now they're expecting a push from mid. The crossfire's here. Unfortunately, the crossfire isn't true in actuality. Now you've got the zipping laser finger shooting bum smacker falling flat on their face.
The re-aggression for Suzu is actually beautiful. It's going to allow a 3-on-2 as NAU. Don't have Spike in hand for now, but is recoverable. They'll find that out here in a moment. Latte actually moving forward. Spotted out by Amazing.
One enemy remaining.
Oh my god, Suzu. Simply a phantom sweeping throughout the entirety of this map. Oh no. Not with the melee out, Vincent. It can't be.
He's just going for the jiggle right now, but surely wouldn't commit. But that would be outrageous. 1v3, 30 seconds.
The only way this works out is if Suzu falls, and then it's an immediate rush to B. But no, they won't allow that one to happen. Big come up for Suzu.
The big 3K indeed, but it all starts with Jensen on that operator. And, Chidori doing a really good job of recovering here. It's just too bad Suzu comes around the corner and takes that frag there. That really turned the tide of this round. That was the winning point where SFU had actually put themselves in a position to come away successful. Really good stuff from Suzu overall. And picks up all three in the end. So, a good recovery round for SFU, and the buy here in, once again, for NAU. They're going to be having that alongside the Tour de Force. Suzu back of the site.
Oh, Suzu just able to land that shot onto attack at 7 HP. They need to stay in this one. Commitment of that Nightfall. No audio here for Bumsmacker, but they're able to pick up one before they fall themselves. 3 on 4.
Able to get back across towards the site there, and that's going to allow for the overgrowth to heal them up as well. And Jensen has already rotated, but a key miss there.
An unfortunate one, but at least they're able to stay alive and keep their life. It's only a tailwind sacrificed. Swaggy still want to commit to this site. Northern Arizona don't have a foothold elsewhere, but it's still the thought that this is a possibility that A is going to be the hit. Not quite the case. Is Swaggy the first one to interject into C site, but they can't make any connections. Nothing is gained, nothing's earned.
Hunt goes out into the back of the site, close, and nothing gathered from that with 29 seconds and counting. They're adjusting back towards B.
And not the paranoia, no, the dark cover. Now another guiding light completely blinds Migd, and it allows Swaggy to find one, but that's all they'll be able to secure. A delayed rotation and a perceived rotation from SFU allow them to be ready for that B rotate.
Well, here's the thing. The other side to that is, yeah, SFU rotate, but NAU didn't know that. They thought there was still a possibility that Jensen's holding that angle towards the pillar. And that means getting back out, rotating away for Northern Arizona would have been problematic. Obviously, SFU didn't hold that angle, but NAU have no way of knowing that, Los. It's, to them, still an op there. So I think that's why we saw them recommit towards C, and then when that didn't work, they were simply forced into that B hit.
Not a lot of options when they had that delayed commitment. Now looking into round number 9, we've got 2 lockdowns, and as well as that Cosmic Divide. Could be a good piece of utility in the idea that SFU will allow a site to be taken, but for a retake, that'll completely cut off the post plan.
Not only that, but the lockdown situation with the Cosmic Divide can be a powerful combination of ultimate utility. Though, you know, with the lack of a Sova, we might be seeing a little back and forth action with the lockdowns, with both teams having one. Maybe using them to counter each other out.
I think it all comes down to whoever uses the first lockdown loses in Northern Arizona, because there's no need to do it in a preventative effort, especially now that we have Suzu on the exact opposite side of the map. It up with a guiding light. Latte opens things up, but Redacted and Amazing are there. Now we'll see that lockdown force everyone off site. Unfortunately, the back placement with that op of Jensen, they're still safe.
Oh my goodness, sticking around just in time. Isn't going to get locked out of this, and the Blade Storm as well.
Oh my god, the updraft, a great look, but it just hit nothing. Now it's the lockdown for the defense, and it corrals all of the post-plant Northern Arizona into tree, especially now that Chidori's gone.
Great timing on that swing from Booth Batty.
Last player standing.
Oh, Cosmic Divide, oh my. To add even more efficacy to this one, it's got to be placement from Bums. Wow. Was surprised by that one of Bumsmacker to get a kill before the Cosmic Divide fully puts a purple curtain on.
And that just goes to show you, I mean, just as you and I were both discussing a moment ago, the efficiency of using both of those together are brilliant. Chief Jensen, really good play here. Just didn't deliver when it came. I mean, you just have to hit that right click. That's the reality. But sometimes it doesn't go to plan, and then, of course, the lockdown plus Cosmic Divide at the end to confirm an expensive round, though, to be fair, from SFU. But a win is a win, and with 3 rounds in a row, they forced another save. Of course, that save bolstered by a Blade Storm.
Large commitment here, or at least instigation on C. Nebula denies any information, but they know exactly what's going down if they step inside. Don't have to worry about this placement. Fiori, he's spotted out easily by the Trailblazer. I don't know if Latte wants to make the commitment. Of course, it's got to be off the guiding light, and it's a double swing.
Latte coming away successful, and indeed, those 2-man swings have been pretty good for SFU. Chief Jensen still here. This has been a long-standing threat to this long area.
Uh-oh. Spams through the smoke might prove to be an issue. Unfortunately, Latte, getting too big for their britches, walks into 4 players looking directly at them.
30 seconds left.
I just don't see why do you need to do that if you're Latte. I get the play, great, but it's such an over-aggressive maneuver when you have a man advantage.
Okay, here's the overdrive, and it's going to provide the same exact value as previously.
That's really tough for Bumsmacker. Would have been probably better to keep the gun out.
Oh, dancing around the head, Suzu able to land one, but now they're in the 1v3. Could win if Swaggy isn't looking in their direction, but everything is going in the favor of NAU, and that was such a disparity in the money that was brought into this round as well.
Yeah, an eco round with very little actually invested, and you know, I'm not gonna say this is Latte's like fault that they lost or anything, but that's just not a frag to go for. There's no reason to be aggressive there. You have a 5-on-4. You're winning the round. And you overcommit the Seekers and then just straight up run through a smoke? I'm sorry, it's just not it.
Yeah, if it's not the direct play, it simply gave the confidence for Northern Arizona to make that play to win the round. Bum smacker. Playing the anti-flash, unfortunately a little delayed, but they're still able to secure that one.
That's the sort of aggression you want to see. Two players moving forward, taking that space, and even though Booth Batty very far up as well, takes one shot, falls back. It's a much more reasonable approach.
Oh, a judge on Jensen. Okay, I like this idea. However, we've got some serious patience coming from Northern Arizona. Is it's going to work out, though? Is it going to pay dividends? Oh, that's hurt. Instantaneously. And guess who's ready for it? It's Suzu. They've been having a field day this time on Lotus.
That they have, and, you know, it's tough because it's not always obvious where that player's going to be, but Suzu just reads it perfectly.
Oh, here's amazing. And they've got the spike in hand. A little bit of damage onto boot.
30
Bum
seconds
smacker.
left.
But looking at this, okay. I was going to say this should be a done deal, but isolating a fight. Now one of the two players you're about to face off against is gravely injured. It forces the rotation coming out.
10
That's
seconds left.
time ticking. It's might be time to go down here unless you want to keep this gun. Bone Smacker's making it a very good decision, or amazing. Rather taking that decision out of their hands.
Before the switch.
And so what started out as a very close first half is now turned into, at the very least, a solid one for SFU.
All signs pointing to a decent 8-4 or even a 7-5 is going to be acceptable for either side. Looking at a Nightfall, potentially a lockdown if Amazing is able to secure an orb. And that is good stuff. That should allow them to find a nice little entry. No ultimates in sight, however, for Simon Fraser.
I like the aggressive maneuvering over towards A as well. There's that Nightfall being prepared. Let's see if that's going to end up being the plan of action.
Bum Smacker ready for all the smoke. Unfortunately, not ready to act upon it once they're realized.
Face your fear!
However, they must assume that this is all that is going to come from a flank, and I'm certainly wishing that's all it was. What an epic failure.
That is tragic is what that is. You have to feel bad for that situation. Jensen should have delivered. Now Suzu needs to, but Suzu will not. 7-5 seems like it's likely in a 2-on-5 scenario.
7-5 is all but inevitable. Good kills by Latte and Booth Batty, but I'm imagining there's going to be an entrench of the post plant. Okay, I'm just crazy. Lockdown is available, but if one makes the commitment to go for the defusal and the other just trying to get half, that might be an opportunity. Or, sorry, the other tries to destroy the lockdown, that could be an opportunity, but it's all but over at this point with the time wasted.
Oh, maybe not so much. Booth Batty's just not going to be aware. That should be the close, and it will be 7-5 indeed. So, I think if you you look at it from either direction, a solid half. SFU will be glad that they walked away with the victory, though they're gonna want this whole situation back right over. Just an initial miss and the whiff from there. Happens to the best, but it is a very frustrating situation to deal with. Valid attempt on the retake. It's just a little bit too slow and a lot of utility to deal with, especially that lockdown making life very miserable. Amazing. Speaking of both of these KJs, actually, Amazing leading the way, and Suzu right next to the Bum Smacker. So you're right, indeed, lots to love from the KJs.
Now we're coming up on a true attacking side here for SFU. I mean, the points of aggression that we saw previously have been disappointing in terms of Bum Smacker's flank, but it is okay. Now that they're making that main aggress into B, they've done it in spades, securing the spike as well.
You know, seems like the pistol round is just the time to go B. There's no other time to do it, and so that's why everybody goes B on the pistol. Is that just me, or have you noticed that as well?
I think you'd only go there if it's pistol or you got a lockdown in hand.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Especially if you can take that heavy control. I don't know if that's actually what it's called. I'm bad with comms on this map. I know basically none. But yeah, if you can get that upper control, then you're all good. Getting there is the problem. NAU gonna head into this round with limited, if not almost nothing. Shidori, the only one who actually has bought anything when it comes to the weapons.
What? What is even happening? I don't know. Bum Smacker just being...
He's just so fast.
Just
Sonic the Hedgehog?
yeah, exactly. Sonic. Gotta go fast. And we're about to see another one. Oh my... Let's just talk about round number 14, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm down to go back to the Sonic things.
Yeah.
That's a good memory. Did you ever watch the like Sonic shows?
No, I was really the only Sonic I was playing was Sonic Adventure 2 with the Chow Garden. That was my thing. I loved it.
I had one on the game.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. You played as the different characters and you could feed I guess the little things different fruits, give them bars, and then you force them to compete in child competitions.
Yeah, you know, classic stuff. Child labor and such. Love it. That's gonna get taken out of context somewhere.
It's okay. But speaking of being okay, it seems that Bum Smacker is going to be okay running this one up, especially now that the main line of defense Story is out. Swaggy, no chance. Multiple players inside of the door. Amazing. Good for one. Won't be able to deliver more. And Migged as well for the staircase. Takes one down. The spike is trapped by door and there's a flank for Redacted.
Well, this is a big turnaround from NAU potentially. With Suzu down. I mean, granted, this is a bonus round, you understand, but still, Migged with a triple kill, you have to appreciate what's been done there. An important round to win for Northern Arizona. That's the key. But it's not over yet. SFU are still buying. That's allowed courtesy of all 5 members surviving against the anti-eco. And I think from here, SFU can really turn up the pace a little bit. And Chief Jensen actually just one orb away from a Blade Storm. Not that I think that could be used this round, but something of note.
Blocking sight.
Nice, much more of a statement presence here on a Call on the Seas, but there's no one who could actually capitalize on that. Swaggy, though, sending shots into the dark cover will do such a thing. Chief Jensen, on top of that guiding light, will be able to work wonders. Now that the blades are out, the spike will be planted. Amazing.
Spike planted.
We'll have to work in tandem. There's a pinch here, but it is going to be long-winded unless Redacted is able to land it. No one even expecting that possibility. Not even Chief Jensen.
I mean, 2 HP. I guess it's enough. He's dodging bullets. He's Neo from the Matrix. And that bot could kill him. He knows. But there's so much space to clear Jensen out of.
Turret's destroyed.
Given an opportunity. Redacted has to find the kill. No. Failure here means failure in the round. It'll be just that. As Jensen has an unknown locale. And they don't have to worry about it. Round secured. Victory assured. Maybe kill acquired? Nope.
Not quite. So both KJs stay alive, but it's a huge round win for Simon Fraser. The Emeralds, they're right next to these map points, just a couple of rounds away, but even more so than that. Sure, one of those players getting a saved rifle, but beyond that, it's eco round territory in the economy situation, and it now gonna fall onto it. What is probably a little bit of a tough question to answer: do you buy or do you save? Any of you going for a purchase? Ambitious? Maybe so, but maybe taking the vibe. Let's win here and now.
Have to make that commitment, have to go full force. Bumsmacker wants to continue to deliver that pressure. Amazing. Here on the site. Oh, a beautiful one indeed. Not able to secure 3, but it is enough damage to soften the blow.
Spike planted.
Allows Redacted to have a bit of an opportunity, isolated fights. But there's angles. So many angles left to be checked.
He nearly dropped 30 on that last map. Would really be huge to pick up the round in this one. No way. No way. He's just got out, Latte.
I think you gotta dash in. You gotta make the fight. Take the fight. Suzu's here on the flank. And everyone wants a piece of Redacted. Another one goes swimmingly for SFU. And as you said, we're getting closer. We're inching to eco territory.
There we are. Times they are getting hard is certainly not a good situation, especially with the investment last round. If we could take a look and see what the economy looks like. I was talking about how Northern Arizona they bought, but they didn't. They had 2 or 3 players invest. Like I think Swaggy bought, and then they had a little bit of cash left over. So I think they'll be okay. I mean, I see Redacted and Amazing. They actually have cash flow. So, you know, I guess to be fair, they've lost a couple in a row here.
Looking at the future here, specifically aimed at that ultimate economy. Bumsmacker is going to leave everybody disappointed with another overdrive.
Yeah, there really hasn't been any good overdrives, unfortunately. And you know, I'm not putting that on Bumsmacker. I'm putting that on a garbage tier ultimate.
It truly is terrible.
I mean, the bad news is, like, it's one of those ultimates that will always either be awful or will be just the best ever. Because I don't think there's anything in between.
The best thing that you could do with a overdrive, I believe, is just swing your cursor, swing your crosshair, and hold down the trigger through a smoke. Like, if someone's somewhere on the other side of a smoke, you just gotta keep searching with that. That's what that's good for.
Fair enough. Seekers out here for the attack side. They're going B. Oh boy, this is scary.
Nobody there to even stop it or defend against it. And they don't even need a lockdown to make it happen. It's the Cabbages that they do it off the back of. Chief Jensen sitting inside of the smoke. It dissipates, and they're able to walk out with the victory. Nightfall from the opposing angle. It gives some information. They can look beyond those smokes, and it goes for a defusal. It's Chidori. They'll make the commitment. They'll be able to get half, but the Nano Swarms will be the dissuading factor. All of the remaining SFU players are beyond this dark cover. No more Nano Swarms to speak of. They've been spotted by the launch. Someone's going for the commitment. It's Amazing, hoping to get the defusal. Unfortunately, not the case. Alarm bot on the opposite side. The commitment of the defusal had to make it through eventually, and it did with Swaggy. Unfortunately, corralling all in B main was leading to an inevitability of defusal.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just another situation that says that's why you don't go B. It's just not ideal. Validated him, though, for sure. SFU, they were just a hair's breadth away from winning that, bringing it back, and finding those shots through the smoke required. Oh boy, Bumsmacker is going to be going for the overdrive.
Please no.
And the Blade Storm.
Okay.
Oh.
I think
Blades versus overdrive.
It's the only time that the overdrive works is when you're facing against the Blade Storm and they don't hit. When Bumsmacker will continue to follow their journey, that'll end in just a few moments. No. With the retreat, they will return back to site.
Chidori. Oh, this is the one time it's gonna work. 3 with the overdrive.
It's a beautiful one indeed. Now, Swaggy. They have to work in tandem. Paranoia could be used in this moment. It's going to start off with the haunt, but everyone's on the other side of that Cosmic Divide. They don't want to be in the zone. It's perfectly placed, so it's visible from Mount. Swaggy opens one up, and he'll go straight up for the defusal. But unfortunately, there simply isn't enough time. The Nano Swarms have done their job. The delay of game is in action, and now we're watching Simon Fraser make their way to map and series point.
Match.
SFU Emerald here, and we just got done talking about it. The overdrive, it's been rough. It has not been good to Bum Smacker, but it is in this round. And you're right, against the Blades. To be fair, that relay bolt and the smokes were put down in good spots as well for them to take advantage, but an investment-heavy round that goes their way. 5 rounds in a row. That is what's required. You to force overtime, but I got some deja vu.
Oh, I've got that PTSD as well. SFU, they have been in a situation where they simply could not close. Well, we're in a different scenario, different map, different vibe. Amazing here with the lockdown, waiting for the right moment. If Chidori exposes themselves, it's been a major issue, but they'll get the kill with the Tour de Force. Inspire confidence and continue that onslaught as well.
Teleport's ready.
Quick double kill. First easy way to turn the entirety of this round on its head. An adjustment being made as the spike in hand. Back to seat. Seekers going to be a possibility, though I don't think they're going to want to use those. We'll spot the player backside as well.
Hey, Dylan. Retreat into link. There's going to be 2 players there. If anyone is able to telegraph that one, it's a double peek. Things are looking rough for SFU. Talked about this potentially being a repeat. Here come the Seekers, but you don't need to look too far to find your opponents. It's a flawless round for Northern Arizona.
Yeah, they thought they were the ones seeking. Instead, they were found immediately. Up to a difficult round, at least on paper, with the weaponry the way it was. But this Tour de Force, I mean, it takes the first 2 opening picks, makes it look quite simple. Mig waits for the players to come back in, and then just 5v3, straight up easy. For Northern Arizona, they're in a good spot. They forced SFU back. And SFU, they don't really have a lot to work with in this round. They're struggling just to get a couple of stingers and a sheriff. And Latte has, what do you think? Armor and a classic? I'm not a fan.
You know, it's the best gun in the game. Why not support
That's
with
true.
armor, I would say. Okay, well, speaking of classic, Oof, able to secure it. 1, as well as the share from Bum Smacker. This isn't looking good off the rip. Migs is able to keep their life, but with 40 HP, it's going to be a problem. Lockdown enacted. Nothing to combat it. This is going to be an issue. I think they could just defuse it straight up, and they'll make their attempt.
Not so easy when you have to deal with the Nano Swarm.
1 enemy remaining.
Oh, and Boof! Wait, Boof through smoke! I had no idea Boof was there! 13-8, that'll be the closer, Simon Fraser. Emerald making the moves.
I cannot believe that took place. Boof completely slipped my mind, completely slipped the idea that they were still holding that position. And that's how you actually play on B. You have to pull these different opposing angles. That's why it couldn't be closed out previously. It was all one-dimensional, now adjusting, adapting, even with the lesser firepower. That's how SFU is going to take it, and they'll do it into a much better performance by them, not throwing things away, not choking to get into an overtime situation. But hey, a job done is a job done, Vincent.
That's fair enough, yeah. And you know what? I think that a lot of credit to Bumsmacker, who absolutely stupendous. I think he had like 50 frags, just about, which is insane. I think it was like 47 actually, but close enough. That's an incredible performance, especially in a game of Valorant. And even beyond that, perhaps to Suzu, who I felt like stepped up, was really critical with the utility, especially. Obviously, that can be a factor on the attack side, playing defense of the spike, but tended to be left in those situations and delivered more often than not.
Yeah, Bumsmacker will take the MVP, but Suzu gets the most improved award. And a good effort coming out from Junior Northern Arizona. They were able to make it a much more contestable game, but unfortunately, it was just SFU that was a stronger team today. Things got out of hand back on Split, but that was also the preferred pick for Northern Arizona. But I would have to say, a great series. Enjoy it, but unfortunately, that's going to be our final series of the night. Thank you so much for joining us here at NECC Valorant. We'd love to have you, and we'll see you soon.